Thank you.
Now I can take off some of my layers.
Hello, just remember to sign in, please. Thank you very much. And everybody else sign in, you sign in, it's not thank you.
Willa, do you have a preference? Do you want to present the candidates, or do you want to do the interviews first and entertain questions and then
Yeah, that's.
speak on their behalf afterwards? Yeah.
I didn't print out their letters, so you guys have everything, so maybe I'll leave it up to you to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. They're all three here, so that's wonderful.
Well, maybe we'll just do select board questions first, and then turn it over to board chairs after that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine, and we've got several DRB members online as well.
Okay, great. Just gonna give folks a little more time to get settled. No, that's fine. You're settled?
Settled, no, settled as she's gonna get.
Okay. Then we'll get rolling. I'll call the meeting to order. We're starting early. We've got a full agenda. But one we're excited to work our way through. So we're gonna start off with some interviews. We've got some applicants for the open positions on the DRB, as well as an application for appointment to the social services. And I think we'll probably just kind of roll in that order. Was there also one for the ordinance advisory committee? There's not, okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So with that, I think we'll start with Bill Matheson, and entertain some questions. You don't necessarily have to come to the front row. It doesn't matter much. And I guess we'll start with just kind of a personal statement. We got the email that kind of got the description of why you were interested, but if you can just kind of share that for the public, that'd be great.
Sure. Yeah, ultimately, I just wanted to help out. I saw there was posting online for members of the DRB, and it seemed like something that I would be capable of doing. So I sent a letter to Barbara saying I'm interested.
Was there anything particular about the DRB and its role that interested you?
I mean, it didn't seem dull. I guess like there would be some interesting things about it. It's not my area of expertise by any means, but when I saw it, there was definitely some other postings about ordinance review board, and it just, to me, the DRB was one I could most, like, I fully understood, I thought, what the role looked like.
Are there any other questions from the select board? Just kind of work our way down this way. Yeah, please.
Willa, did you get a chance to talk to the candidates?
Phil and I have spoken.
I just
yes.
like to hear your support of the candidates.
Well, one of the things I said to Phil was that his story was similar to mine, that I saw posting on Front Porch Forum, and I was interested in joining some effort in the community, and I thought that what Phil spoke about his interest and his ability to understand regulations sounded like he had both the skill set and interest commitment. And he also recognized, I think when we spoke, that there might be some challenges, like making difficult decisions. I heard Phil mention that. So from my conversation, it seems like Phil would be a good addition to our group.
Well, I don't want to use up everybody's questions. Why don't I'll ask one anyway. have you ever had any experience, you understand what a quasi judicial board is?
Just from the explanation provided me by Willa and the Barbara.
So, as a member of a quasi judicial board, what you have to do is listen to the evidence. And then you have to make a decision, as to whether or not they comply with the law based on the evidence without applying your own biases. And would you say you're able to do that? Sometimes it's hard to, because
Yeah.
you care so deeply. I think we all care a lot about Calais and have our opinions on how it should develop.
Yes, I think so. I don't have any experience in that, right? So in my mind, I can do anything. But then sometimes you're maybe not so good at certain things. I do believe I would be able to divorce myself from my own personal opinion, read the regulation.
Now I'm gonna flip it around. There are also lots of times when the law isn't gonna guide you. For example, you have a conditional use application and you have to decide whether or not the application is in, what's the language, Willa, whether or not it is in the character of the neighborhood.
Yes.
Obviously, one person's character of the neighborhood is another person's not so much in character. So our job is to try to choose people to be on the DRB who reflect the desires of most of the people of Calais. So let's suppose you had one where it was affordable housing and it was going to have an impact on the environment, and you're going to sit somewhere on the spectrum of that. Are you able to give us some indication of where you might sit on that spectrum? I'm not exactly sure how you're gonna answer the question, but let's.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I feel strongly about both.
Yeah,
I think at least at first, I would look to the other leaders on the board to help me sort of learn how to approach such a problem. And if it were something where there was a clear regulation that conflicted in any way with either of those things, I think you kind of lean on that to come to a solution. It may not be as ideal, but you're able to at least rest on the laws that exist.
yeah, when you're trying to figure out character of the neighborhood, the laws aren't gonna be very clear about what that is. So you actually are gonna have to figure it out. And as I say, the people who've been doing it for a while will guide you, but you're gonna have to figure it out for yourself. But where you sit on that, I'll give you another example. Undue adverse effect. Let's suppose you've got a gravel pit and there's gonna be a lot of noise. And it says there shall be no undue adverse noise. Well, again, one person's undue adverse noise is another person's very adverse noise. And you gotta figure out where you are.
And to me, I would have taken the scientific approach to that, just get the decibel level at the locations and go from whatever the scientific, number was of decibel level being adverse, right? So that's got to lie in the spectrum somewhere, as opposed to like, hearing help. That's how
Okay, you're an engineer,
I am.
so what kind of engineer?
I'm a software engineer.
Oh, okay. I was hoping you were some kind of a builder type.
Things I build are in little tiny boxes.
Zeros and ones.
All right, let me give somebody else there, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So just, Anne was saying how there's a range of points of view on a board like this, and you bring your own perspective and professional experience. You mentioned engineering and management experience. Can you just say a little more about what you've done and what your experience is?
Sure, yeah, let's see. After I graduated college, I began working during college, I began working as a software engineer for the National Institute of Transportation Technology. This was a nonprofit organization for developing technology for signals and other things, you put traffic lights, things like that. That's where I first got that was my first professional job, and I won't bore you with all the jobs in between, there's quite a few. But for the better part of a decade, I was mostly just an individual contributor. As I began to like gain more experience, I became a manager, and then since that time, I sort of bounced between what we call architecture, which is software architecture, engineering management, which is like director level management of engineering teams. And then right now I'm an individual contributor again with all those same titles, but there's only 5 people in the company. So I'm basically back to where I started in this startup. I've managed teams from, 15 to 20 people at the largest. I've done the cross-functional teams. So it's like not everyone's a direct report to me, but I have people across multiple teams that are, I'm coordinating like deployments for different pieces of software for people. So that's my professional experience is besides the building aspect where I'm just, blah, like that, is really collaborating with other engineers, trying to get the best out of them. And, I really believe that we're better as a team than we are as individuals. And so doing things like that.
Thank you. All for me.
I guess I don't have a specific question right now, but I did want to say that I've worked with Phil for the last, how long have you been on the store board? 8 months,
Yeah.
a year almost. And I found him great on the store board, and like, you ask really good questions, you get all the perspectives, you gather all the information, and then, work towards the best decision moving forward. And I think the skills I've seen there will translate and be a benefit on the DRB. I'm glad you're applying.
Don't have any questions.
I'll kind of build off of what you're last kind of expressing, and knowing that through conversations that we've had with other DRB members, one of the challenges is that as the regulations get more complex in their kind of interplay in different areas and the balances that they try to strike between development activity, responsible development activity, and preservation of natural resources, et cetera. On a more simplistic level, there's been some feedback that just the user interface, I guess, for folks is complicated, and that setting the expectations for applicants is an area that we could improve on as a town, just in either the resources that we make available or setting expectations about what kind of things that we need to see or would want to see. And for me, that's very much a systems problem of all of the other problems. And I'm just kind of curious whether or not you think you'd be able to help kind of apply yourself to the development of those types of resources, or at least the organization of them. It seems like you might have a unique perspective on how to take a look at how people are interacting with the DRB.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's, so I guess what I would say is primarily the job of an engineering manager to do exactly that, right? And it's like, it's not just your software, but it's your people and the interfaces between the two things, figure out what makes sense there and make everything more efficient.
Great.
So primarily where I find myself in my career right now doing those types of things still, even though I'm not working with a bunch of people, I'm working at smaller companies, but what I'm doing is I'm figuring out the most efficient way to apply external processes to software. I think that if we're talking about regulations for the DRB and the communication between the public and the DRB, I would use that same approach. I would look at, okay, where are the inputs here, and how are we training people on what to expect, and trying to figure out better ways to do it. If there are any, maybe it just has to be happening.
Yeah. The only other question I have is that the meeting of the DRB is somewhat on an as-need basis.
I can address that for you,
Okay,
if you'd like.
maybe.
So the DRB has just this weekend, set up a regular schedule for meetings. And so the next two meetings are on the first Monday of each month, November and December, 6 P.M. But starting in January, they're setting a set date of the third Wednesday of each month at 6 P.M. That is as needed. So it's easy to cancel a meeting if you don't need it. But we have found that without having it already on people's schedules and you reserving the date, it can be hard to pull everybody together. So if you could reserve Monday and Monday in November and December, the first Monday of the month, and the third Wednesday of every month through the year of 2025. And then you're free if there's no meeting.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna ask that same question to Toby. Does that work for you as well, Toby?
All right, well, then that was it. So I think it may make sense to consider appointments in order, or would you like to do them later? After some discussion? Does anybody have an opinion? Mhm.
I'm ready.
Okay. Well,
I move to
yeah.
appoint Phil to the PRB.
and that would be for,
Oh.
Barbara, by chance, do you have the
I printed that.
two expiration dates?
Yes.
The term ends 24.
You, so
No, thanks.
you can guide that discussion.
Thank you, as usual, Barbara. Well, since you went first, Phil, I guess, do you have a preference on a term that expires in 2025 versus a term that expires in 2026?
What does that mean to me? That
That's a good question. I was just trying to think about that, but so, yeah. Yep. So with the 2025, generally, how that works with appointments, so we've trying to, or reappointments, we're trying to give a little bit more of an air gap between this schedule, but in the past, reappointments were just kind of done shortly after town meeting day. And right now we're trying to work towards being a little more kind of deliberate so that it's just not so automatic and it can take into some consideration any changes that folks feel like need to be made and just provide some opportunity for feedback. So reappointment for 2025 would probably happen sometime, I'd say 2 or 3 meetings after the reorganization of the select board following town meeting day.
The design and development review board is a 3-year term,
okay?
but you're being appointed to complete the term of a vacant seat. So that's why we have a shorter term, but when you are reappointed, it would be a 3-year term.
Saying that, do you have any preference on which ones? Okay. Does anybody want to recommend one?
Should we ask our other candidate if they have a preference? Rock, paper, scissors?
Just pick one.
Yeah, the 26th. Oh, no, it's too late. I'm gonna put Phil up for the, put up a friendly amendment to Ann's motion, for the term ending in 2026.
Accept the friendly amendment.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Congratulations, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Toby.
Here.
This is a little bit of a unique conversation because most of us have worked pretty closely with you in one capacity or another and are pretty comfortable with your qualifications, I think. And so I guess, would you be willing to make a personal statement as to what drew your attention to this?
Yeah, so I'm just hoping to help the town fill an empty slot. I have a lot of experience in years of service to the town, including being on the planning commission, serving on the DRB and being the vice chair for a few years, and alternates for quite some other years. So I literally have a lot of experience having dealt with this, and, you know, did it as a judicial board, the facts are important, the regulations are important. Community values are important. I worked on the town plan a couple of times on the planning commission, so I've worked with townspeople about what the scope and what the vision of the town is, so I have some perspective on that as well.
Can you just elaborate? Oh,
Yeah, as far as other management, you know, I've worked with the highway crew, I've done the FEMA reimbursement, I've done grant writing. A little bit of everything in town for almost 30, and been on the select board for 6 years, 7 years. And the fire department.
When was the last time that you worked on the DRB? What was the,
Within the late 80s, no, or mid 90s, I guess it was.
okay.
And so there's been some
Yep.
changes to the zoning regulations since then, of course.
Yeah, there certainly have, and I'd say that, and we're going through a pretty significant, change in the town plan, and I think, to, Ann's point, there are the community values, the broader community values, I think have always stayed the same, but the needs within the community, often change with time. And I'm curious to what you see or have observed, as kind of the needs of the
Well,
community in the
so-
present day.
The DRB is a judicial board, so it's really the facts and the only time you have sort of community values is characteristics of neighborhoods and in those kind of decisions.
Mm.
Most of the other decisions are based on, you know, factual evidence and the regulations as they exist and as they read. And so essentially, neighborhood characteristics are probably explained by the participants who come in and other observers that are interested in that project and going to end up in their neighborhood.
Anybody else, want to offer up, any questions?
The same question that Ann asked before, have Willa and Toby
Okay.
had a chance to, that,
We have not.
No, we've not.
oh, okay, all right. Willa, is there anything you want to add to this?
Or questions?
Mhm.
Sounds like Toby has great historical expertise and broad expertise in the community and clearly committed, so sounds like another great addition to the board, should the select board choose to approve this application.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Bill, do you have a question? Nope. So with that, I'd entertain a motion, to appoint Toby, to, the DRB for the term, ending in 2025.
So moved.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. And any opposed? Thank you very much, Toby and Phil. We appreciate the service. And there's also, I guess just put on your radar, there's kind of an ongoing effort led by Willa and the other DRB members to kind of look for training opportunities because we have gone through a recent regs change and some of those have evolved and there's some relative turnover on the DRB. So I guess just kind of keep an ear out for those opportunities, or if you come across one that is of particular interest, by all means, please, raise it to Will or the select board. We're taking the training and onboarding of new DRB members pretty seriously. Yeah, or Will.
Maybe I just take a minute to say that our November and December meetings will be focused more on administrative matters. And we have discussed doing the training in January, hopefully the Vermont League of Cities and Towns one. But I wanted to check, it is one that costs, I think it's $250. We included it in our proposed budget, but that's not for next year. So I wanted to ask whether there's any possibility of the town supporting that expenditure this year.
The $250 for the training, not the
Yes,
person.
no, for the training. I think it's a 2-hour training and they, from somebody from.
Oh, okay. I would certainly support that, and we generally have a training budget. I don't know where we stand with our training budget, but that certainly sounds like something that would be pretty easy to accommodate, for
Do you think
sure.
I should check in with Kari, or can I go ahead and approach?
Uh,
to see about the
Should be
scheduling?
fine.
Yeah, I would, I think that would be fine, and coordinate that with Kari and Barbara.
There's a message from Tegan.
Oh,
We can try to do it in another town to split the cost.
Hmm.
So that's something we can explore.
Right.
oh, interesting.
Contact me. I mean, I'm happy to do that, or Tegan or Kari may have
Yeah, we-
contacts.
We can work on that.
Very good. Thank you. So we'll move on to the advisory committee for social service appropriations. And we have an applicant, and that is Chris. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Taking the move up. So for context, this is a review of social services appropriations that come up. It was a committee that has some history in the community, and we recently decided to kind of reactivate it and seek some participation from the community. What drew you to this particular opportunity?
So my background is human services, social services, most recently, last 13 years until I retired a couple of years ago, I worked for Washington County Mental Health. So I had a lot of contact with council on aging, folks with illness, other support services in the communities. So it's kind of my view of the world, and I have some time. And this is,
Great.
I understand is typically it's a one and done kind of deal. So not a long commitment, so easy to step up. And I like being able to step up for a community. Need more of that.
Right. There's kind of a long list of these. Do you serve in any other capacities that would put you in a weird position to have like a conflict of interest, I guess?
You know,
you-
I thought about that. The closest thing I have is the fact that I worked for Washington County
Right.
Mental Health for 13 years. And I know that they asked for $1,400 that we have for the last several years. That would be the closest I have. I'm
Okay.
not currently serving on any other boards, not involved in any other agencies at this point. I was the president, Central Vermont Runners for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think they asked me for any money. so.
Okay. Yeah. That was the only one that kind of stood out to me. But yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Were there any other questions for Chris?
That's your letter. Said it all.
Yeah.
That's a good letter.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty straightforward and obviously I think it's great to have your representation from the community and thanks for stepping up for it. Yeah. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
One clarification, is
Yeah.
there a term associated
Yeah,
with that,
that's a
or is
good
it a
question.
lifetime appointment?
It's a lifetime appointment.
Yes.
Ask
Yeah.
who seconded that motion.
I did.
Thank you.
Any opposed? And I don't think there were any. And that is that. Thank you. Thanks for the time, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the administrative items on the agenda and a call for additions and changes to the agenda. I don't believe there are. Though I don't know that we have. 1 second, hold on. Wait. No, okay, great. Approval of minutes from October 14th. So those were posted in the share folder. Has everybody had the opportunity to review those? And does anybody have any changes or adjustments?
I'm trying to understand my own notes.
Hmm.
In appointing the ordinance committee, I said it should say the committee will meet as needed. I think it says something about somebody will tell them when to meet. Didn't we tell them that they would figure it out for themselves? I have to find it. That's very fascinating, this.
I don't know that needs to be defined. I know that the priorities of ordinance to work on would be,
Ian says, yes, we were planning our own schedule.
yeah. So they'd be planning their own schedule. It would just be the select board setting the agenda.
I think that's not what it said.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm in the wrong. I'm sorry. I'll have to find it and send it to you.
That's fine. So I'm happy to just table the minutes until next time. I think that'd be fine. There's nothing.
Well, I think we can get to the bottom of this, just move on to the next.
Oh, sure. Okay. Okay. So a vote to approve the board orders also posted to the share drive. Has everybody had an opportunity to review those and have any questions? I'm seeing no questions. Can I get a motion to approve?
Mhm.
Second. All in favor?
Okay.
Any opposed? Thank you. The signing of the ordinance advisory committee and social services appropriations advisory committee. So last time we reviewed the resolutions and made some changes. So we just need to sign them this evening because we only had the digital copies with us last time. So yep. So just need a motion to sign what was discussed and approved at the last meeting.
And that is,
And
the copy that's in our folder now.
That's correct.
I got this. This is the,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, okay.
So motion to approve or sign rather?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We have the usual 15 minutes for public comment on anything that is not on the agenda. So is anybody attending or on Zoom that would like to speak to anything that's not on the agenda? Nope. Yes.
For those of you who don't know, my name is Steve Gray. I'm here tonight representing the local snowmobile club. I'll try to keep it short because you folks have got a busy schedule. But we have a question regarding the Woodbury Mountain Road and the damage that was done to it in the last floods. We maintain approximately 45 miles of trails in the town of Calais and Woodbury, and we've been diligently working on them for the last 2 years to try to keep them up. That class 4 road suffered some severe damage just south of the Woodbury town line. And to the point that grooming equipment can no longer get across it. And in fact, no vehicles can get across it. What 4-wheel drive vehicles are going up are actually going around it and through the brook and et cetera. And that's totally unacceptable to us. So we would like to know if the town has any anticipation of doing anything, bare minimum, to fix that area of the road. So that the public and us can use it to some degree, or if not, what is the town's opinion on us trying to do something to it? I will say our funds are very limited because of the amount of damage we have had to repair over the last 2 summers. And the Vermont Association of Snow Travelers is also suffering considerably from statewide damage that has depleted their treasury. So I won't take any time. I just wondered if there's any comments on that, or if you're thinking about or could participate or do something to remedy that problem.
The maintenance of class 4 roads is an area of discussion for sure. Woodbury Mountain Road has come up recently. There are some other issues that have been raised that may require some attention from the town. I think we'd be in the position to, either, approve being performed or, to self-perform. So I guess I wouldn't commit to anything specifically, tonight, but I would say it looks like Kari's got, something to mention too, but I think, we could at the very least commit to, having a road crew kind of taking a look at that particular stretch and kind of weigh what we may be able to do, efficiently and how it might, service the rest of the community, by doing that.
We have had a couple of different contractors look at it in anticipation of what may or may not be done. And it looks like, just your information, that a day
Yeah,
minimum of an excavator up there, we think there's enough material alongside the washed out material, other material that can be worked into the roadbed for the purpose of what we need it, and I think what others need it for, because we're not obviously going to build a new highway up there.
right.
But to make it safe and usable, that's just for your information. So if the town was considering, I think their excavator in one day, and we might be able to help with any brush cutting or something like that.
Okay,
But time is of an essence, because we are closing in on winter. Saying
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to do anything. We're gonna try to do something.
I'd put this one to, yeah, go
So
ahead.
why don't I, commit to sending a route, foreman up there and
Yeah.
take a look and see what the scope is and try to match that with the remaining.
Scope of
time
work that we've got for
season.
other stuff, yeah.
And see if we can't do something. We did do a fair amount of work on Woodbury Mountain after the July flood, but only up to where.
Yes,
Yeah.
very, very good job. by the way.
So, and there are quite a few things on the list before winter hits, but we can at least take a look and see if it works. And
Yeah,
if it does, we'll go ahead. If it doesn't, I'll report back. And maybe I'll report back to Bill or something, so.
Yeah.
Keep it.
I'd be happy to assist as well.
Okay.
yeah, okay, that sounds good. I think that would be great.
That's fine. The reason I'm here is just finding.
No, yeah, thank you.
Not, we're gonna have to figure out something.
Yeah, well, thanks for bringing it to our attention and stand by. We'll have somebody go up and take a look and see if we can work it into the scope of work for winter.
Thank you,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Kari sent me the minutes and I found the sentence I was talking about.
Okay.
I'll go back to that for a sec.
that sounds great.
So it says the select board will tell the committee when it needs to meet. That's what I was objecting to, and I
Right.
wondered if it should instead say the committee will meet as needed, something.
Right, I think the intent of that is the select board will sort of tell the committee when there's work that needs to be done. But I see
figured
your
that.
point.
I think when I read it, I thought, no, wait,
Yeah.
that doesn't sound right. So I just wondered whether we could just change that to say the committee will meet as needed.
I'm comfortable with
Yeah.
that change. All right, we'll get that noted. With that change, is everybody else comfortable with the minutes as circulated?
Yes,
Got a motion to approve?
so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now we're going to move to the review of the modification of the previously approved permit to an underground power. So this is a work in the right of way application modification or revision, I guess, relative to getting power to the Seaman parcel at 1419 Worcester Road. And Andy's present, so welcome
Thank you.
back.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
And sorry to hear the struggle. That sounds like a real headache.
Yeah, it's been a long road, but I appreciate you putting us on. I know it's
Yeah.
last minute.
And do we have anybody from what?
Brian.
Brian Wilkins.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
So has everybody had a chance to review the documentation relative to this? So just for everybody else's, the public's edification, essentially this is a permit to work in the town right of way, or for WEC to perform some work in the town right of way, which includes burying underground primary, down, the length of the Worcester Road, which was previously, approved. And now also, needs to include a segment of Collar Hill Road, which, was originally thinking would not be the need, but couldn't quite get there. So I don't see any particular issue with this, other than I sympathize with the cost that might come to you guys. It looks like, so is it not going all the way down the Worcester Road? It's only going partially to the driveway?
So the route down the Worcester Road hasn't changed. There's like
Yeah.
600 feet or so down Collar Hill because we weren't able to secure an easement for
Yeah.
an overhead pole on Malone's land, and so we're now, there's 600 additional feet on Collar Hill, and it goes down to what is an old forest road access to our upper field, and then that is as it was previously though.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, just to be clear
Yeah.
about the modification, is the yellow highlighted on the application?
That's correct.
Additional undergrounding,
That's correct.
thank you.
And Brian, is there any change in, I guess, the scope or technique? It's gonna still be the same pieces of equipment. And I think it's a vibratory plow, and that's gonna travel along the outside portion of the road, or under the traveled portion of the road.
I think the goal is to obviously get it off to one side for sure, get it out of the travel portion. Stay within the technical road area, and if we can get off to the side a little bit, we'll utilize that if we can. I think it's open at this point, whether it's a normally dug ditch or the vibe plow. I don't think that's totally been decided at this point. But that's what we're working off from at this point.
Well, does anybody else have any other questions or concerns?
These days are good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I appreciate the drawing. This one's been a little more detailed than the last couple, so I think that's awesome from the documentation side of things. And I would just continue to request that once the infrastructure is in ground, if we could get a as-built representation that documents where the stuff is, so that we can have that on file for the road crew at the town. That would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
And so with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the amended
Can I
application.
just ask
Yep,
one question?
sure,
As
sorry.
This is gonna affect neighbors, are the neighbors on notice? Is this an extension of the number of neighbors that are gonna be affected, or what do we know about neighbors?
Well, I can say that the previous line was going to come off the same pole.
Okay.
On Collar Hill as it is now.
Yeah.
So there are no new individuals affected.
Okay,
A change from overhead with that one individual where they're pulling power off the current delivery point,
okay,
and that's just the method has changed.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? Or conditions to add? No? So with that, I entertain a motion to approve the amended application effective immediately this evening.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Good luck, Andy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks,
No
Brian.
problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll move on to the next one. And we've got the Woodbury Fire Department present. And the new president. Congratulations. Feel free to come on up. There's.
Don't get the vibe.
No, front and center is mandatory.
The fire chief.
All right.
Can I try?
Great.
Thank you very much.
This is Paul, our fire chief, Paul Cerruti. Fire bylaws, he handles all the operations, but by law, I handle what he's not,
Feel free to take a seat. You don't actually. Yeah.
what he's not doing. And I think the important thing that I would like you to know about me and my being on the fire department is I'm not a firefighter, nor am I an EMT. So I came on board, after this last flood, you've got the fire chief doing both jobs and handling a lot of contracts and everything. There were presidents and James did a lot of things. I'm not saying that. It's just that the overwhelming burden of that flood and all that paperwork. And I said, well, I can do paperwork. So, I can do it. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. It's kind of a first for the fire department that the president has always been a firefighter. And I think times are changing and, with the level of medical calls that we are getting, it's getting harder and harder to manage all that by one person and people. So I have Fire Chief Paul, Vice President Jacob Cerruti, and then an active member, Mariah Mitchell, here with me tonight. So, do you have any questions or? Just want to put a name to the faces.
No, I was gonna say, why don't we do quick intro so that we can just have names and faces, yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested. And I've seen you in action, and I know that you've been basically running the last few meetings.
I'm Chris Mahaly, I'm the select board member. Mr. Cerruti both of the Mr. Cerrutis have been to our house for a stupid fire alarm thing. So, thank you, I appreciate you.
Jamie Morby.
Jordan Keys.
Bill Davis.
I'm Corey Bradley, the town administrator.
I'd say that I think it's great that the fire department was taking a look at how to get the work done and willing to think outside the box. I think you guys have demonstrated that a number of times over the last year, and really would like to commend you guys for that and your effort. Thank you. Thank you very much.
When I came on board, all I did was watch.
Yeah.
I came on July of last year, and I watched. And I told James, I said, James, just I'm learning from you, okay? I said, okay. But yeah, I watched one truck check in January and I said, okay, I'm not doing that again, sorry. Stop. But yeah, no, it's been quite a learning experience to learn a lot about fire, and I now know new ways to die, so.
Seems to me you do more ambulance than fire.
They do.
Yeah, the medical calls are increasing for both towns. I think we did 120 last year for both towns, and it's going up.
120?
Wow.
Yeah, we have 11 firefighters who are also EMTs. That's Paul and Jacob do both. And I have a total of,
EMTs are.
EMTs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a
We got
large,
several in the pipeline because it takes a long time to get
yeah, and so it's,
trained.
I know two from Calais have contacted me and yeah.
And most of us are also working with East Montpelier, so if they have staffing issues, we can jump on the ambulance with them, so that's.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Because, if a person in Calais has a 911 call.
Yeah, if they're short,
You guys are
several of us
coordinating
can
on
jump
your
on and take and crew the ambulance, and we're doing joint trainings every quarter now with both departments, which has been a big positive since we work together a lot, so it's been a good effort to keep things covered.
Does the department take that approach with any other communities with East Montpelier, or is it just
We're
Calais?
going the other direction, where most of us are members of Hardwick Rescue as
Yeah,
well, which
okay.
has saved lives then too,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
if there's a second call, one of us can jump the ambulance and crew it. We're doing that in a couple directions.
Yeah, yeah.
It just gives versatility, because again, if you're a second call, sometimes it's tough to staff that second ambulance.
Yeah, the fact that they're all volunteers, they're not always in town, so the more you have of them, the more
Just
chance are
increases
to
the
have
option
them.
of coverage.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks for coming in person and doing introductions. We appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Can I ask, I'm
Yeah.
curious, how's it going with the FEMA reimbursement?
So we didn't do well with FEMA. We got $3,900 for our emergency response, and after, I'm gonna keep it as clean and polite. They ran me through the gauntlet for the last year and several months, and then basically sent a guy to kick us out the door with nothing.
Wow.
So we got nothing,
Oh, wow.
I sat on some of those phone calls. That was just,
because they just told you, well, we're sorry they told you that, they were wrong. So I did 25 meetings and filled out 100 forms.
Yeah.
So you're starting from scratch with your new station?
So what's happened, the town funded the main part of the station that's currently under construction. I received an earmark through Senator Sanders a year ago, which we couldn't apply to the new building because it was already funded, because they don't, I forgot the term they use, that you can't supplant.
Yeah.
But we had reduced the size of the building, so we're going through the process with community, USDA rural, community facilities, rural development, I get it backwards.
Right.
To put that 2,000 square foot back on.
Oh.
So we're I've gone through the environmental assessment, and we're dealing with I have an adjacent property that had a fuel spill, which the state petroleum, we have no pollution, but there's some planning and testing, so that's kind of working through. So the original goal was to work on that next summer, but whether it's gonna, you know what I'm saying, that looks like it's actually gonna happen.
Okay.
Which would get us completely out of the floodplain, because all of our stuff is still flooding. We flooded again this year. So we've had to morph from our original plan of trying to keep that building that's getting flooded, and we're trying to get all that square footage over across the street. But it's a matter of making everybody happy at this point and doing all the correct planning, so, which I can't push, I got an architect, you just kind of let the wheels roll. That makes some sense. Anything dealt with federal anything.
Yeah,
It kind of moves at its own. Our original proposal was to have it approved by now. We haven't even got it submitted, but it's still grinding away.
And you've got the assistance of these agencies, right? I mean, you're working with the USDA or
USDA, yeah, so, yeah, because
yeah.
it's an earmark too, that
Yeah.
I have been in conversations with the senator's office.
Okay.
So he's on top of it, and the local person from Burlington is on top of it. So we're not in having to win, in essence, we just have to meet all their requirements.
Right.
Which, again, the fuel thing kind of delayed us, because again, there's no fuel on our property, but the environmentalist says,
Right.
well, we better plan for it and do some studies, so and then that was gonna be expensive, but we got the petroleum cleanup fund is gonna pay for that, so. But I just gotta kind of wait for this all to kind of play out, because USDA is saying they won't let us move forward until that's resolved, so. We're hoping to be in the new facility by January, I hope.
Wow.
Yeah.
meanwhile, the station has doors and.
You have doors, if you ever wanna visit, give me a call, you got my contact information.
Excellent. All right.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're doing a long agenda.
Question from the community?
We appreciate you guys being the closest to me and
Sure.
really helped out a number of times.
Okay.
Is the select board, fully briefed about what the town's, potential involvement in the station might be if none of these things come through?
I don't believe we have entertained a specific proposal, and all the other funding sources seemed pretty solid. So it seems like this is a fairly relative development.
And so what's going on is there were members of the former boards involved in the planning process. The only funding Woodbury's fully funding the part that's being built now. If we were to say, hey, we're gonna come, you guys, and ask for some of that as part of a contract, that would be a whole new conversation to have. Those discussions were talked about anecdotally in those meetings, but hasn't been done, so there'd be no surprises. That'd be more of a long-term conversation if that were to come up.
Okay. Yeah, well.
You're not gonna see it pop up on a contract.
Yeah.
I'm not be coming in and say, hey,
Okay.
here's our thoughts, what do you guys think? And we kind of come in that way, that's maybe a little, but
Well, thank
not on
you.
the radar at the moment.
Okay,
I got too many irons in the fire.
yeah, well, feelings mutual.
Assume you do.
Well, yeah, again, thank you. And, Doug, did you have a question for Woodbury?
Over here, fire on Lightning Ridge Road, you know the old farm? Go to,
Okay.
go to Hackett.
Okay.
That's where you go.
Gotcha. Okay.
Don't you come here.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, on that note, I don't want to be a party to any insurance investigation. Thank you, and we're gonna move on. Appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night.
Thanks for coming.
So moving on to the traffic ordinance.
This one.
That sounds great, Kari.
So based on the conversation we had 2 weeks ago, we have a draft for you to consider. There's, I would say, 3 categories of changes. One is lowering the primary speed limit on Lightning Ridge to 30 miles per hour. The other is the addition of a yield sign in Adamant Village based on the recommendation of Ruben McMartin, who's with us tonight from the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. And then the addition of road names and some changes to labels, primarily, mainly the state aid highway versus town highway, which I take it as something that's changed more recently. So all of that's in there. Couple things that are not in there are, right at the end of the meeting, I recall there was a discussion of should we include a stop sign at the end of Kent Hill Road, right over here at the junction with Peak and Brook and North Calais. That's not in there. That when we found the version that was proposed in 2022, that was included. And then likewise, the 2022 select board proposed stop signs in Adamant Village, two roads, Center and Haggett. So I just want to point those out because they were on the table before and as part of our discussions.
Boy, which one's gonna be easier? Does anybody have any question? Maybe we'll start with the Adamant Village ones and we'll get the feedback from Ruben while he's joining us. And then we'll try to wrap up the conversation.
Great. Ruben, do you have anything you wanna say to intro that?
I think so. People have had a chance to look at those couple of preliminary concepts that I knocked together for you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so I got Kari got a hold of me and said that there had been or there not had been there were ongoing concerns regarding speeds through Adamant Village and potential safety issues with the pedestrian traffic that the village sees, as well as during special events. So I came out and did a site visit and got the explanations of particularly during special events, some of the concerns and the constraints on sight lines, and took that back and did a think about it and came up with these couple of concepts, mostly as a means of taking a first crack to open up the conversation about what's feasible, preferable, desirable at that location. So these aren't right. This isn't set your sign at this location, this distance from the road, this height, level of design. This is more here are a couple of ways that I think this could be approached. I know that you'd mentioned there was mention of what roads you would want to control, and in looking at the area, my my assessment was that the most constrained sight lines were coming off of Haggett, right? You have the co-op building on the one side, and then you have some trees on what would be the right-hand side coming into the village that obstruct the view through to Center Road, so that a control device, a control signage there, be it yield or stop, based on my gut feeling and impression and a lack of verifiable count data, professional judgment, I guess you'd call it. My feeling was that a yield sign would probably be sufficient to get people down to a speed where they would have the reaction time available to decide whether to stop or proceed once they got down to a point where they could actually see what the other approaches were. The other piece was trying to manage the Sodom Pond Road Adamant merge, and particularly conflicts there, where Adamant is the higher tier facility, I guess we could call it, and that there is a site constraint there, and so that it would be worth considering, potentially pending further investigation, the installation of a yield on Sodom Pond Road to make sure that people are, again, really coming down to speed, so that there's a minimization of potential conflict and at that Y.
So Ruben, can I ask for some clarification here, some professional clarification?
Sure.
It's been a long time since driver's ed, but some of the conversation that transpired during our last meeting was around yield versus stop. And these are kind of unique situations because we're talking about unsigned rural roads with fairly by development standards, low traffic rates, I guess. But what's the difference? My understanding of a yield, I guess, would be that that whoever has the yield sign. So in one of these scenarios, you've got somebody coming into the village by way of Haggett Road and coming to a yield sign. Is that an indication that they need to yield to traffic coming from the other roads at that intersection?
Yes. Here it would be, the thinking is that it would, approaching a yield, knowing that if there is other traffic, you will need to yield to it. Right, so that it's not a mandatory stop. That the response should be, the expected response is that drivers approaching a yield will approach that yield sign at a speed where they are capable of stopping if they need to, which is, I think, not necessarily the case with drivers through the village at this point. So that was the thinking on yield should be sufficient for the purpose.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
How do you feel about Quarry Road?
I was not sure about Quarry Road. It's a dead end. I wasn't really able, when I was out there, I didn't see anybody using it. And so my thinking is that generally volumes should be sufficiently low that I wasn't terribly concerned with it. If it is a point of concern, it can be considered.
I guess my only concern would be at those acute periods of time when there is an event and you have traffic coming out of that road. And well, let's just make a gross assumption that many of them are from outside of the community and not familiar with the dynamics of the village, or disoriented, et cetera. You know, I don't want to belabor this conversation. You know, I think it's a probably one that warrants more study, but you know, I think I've got lingering concerns about like if it doesn't have the desired impact and we have kind of issues of enforcement, if we try to target it as an enforcement area, let's just make sure we have a plan for an extra yield sign somewhere else in the community where it might make more sense as a yield sign proper, as opposed to pay attention to this upcoming intersection, and, you know, behave accordingly, type sign. You know, personally, my leanings are for concept one, which, you know, has, fewer signs, but I think hit pedestrian warnings on the major traffic routes. And then a pair of yield signs, one on Haggett Road, and one on Sodom Pond Road, which, you know, I think that one makes plenty of sense relative to what I imagine is the more predominant traffic patterns relative to those two roads. Does that sound fairly reasonable?
1 and 2 are reversed in his.
It is, yeah, it is. It is.
So 1 comes second.
Well, thank you.
The only thing I would say about that is the slow, you know, on concept 1, you have the slow and the yield sign kind of together there.
Mhm.
I'd like to see the slow sign moved further up the road as it is in concept 2, only because people do walk back and forth by the water there. You need a chance to slow down before they get to the yield sign, in my opinion.
And don't forget, there is a plan to install speed detection radar signs both on Adamant Road and on Haggett, and those would be further up.
Okay, all right.
That might serve that purpose you're describing.
Okay.
Any other commentary or questions?
I think so.
Has
Okay,
there
Laura,
been,
you're saying 1 is 2 and 2 is 1?
Yeah, in red. is the
they're
title.
labeled on the graphic on the top right.
I don't have.
You don't see
Oh,
that?
yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Well, mine is cut up.
Oh.
Yeah, slide 2 is concept.
Thank you.
I'm curious about any conversations that have taken place with Adamant residents, if there have been
It's a good
any.
question. The only one is,
I definitely, I don't actually know what the original question was, I just walked in. It is a funny little traffic area in front of the store. But I don't know exactly why this, I have no, idea why this came up or anything. I'm here for the comp plan.
Yeah.
So minimal. The only person that I've spoken with is Chris Anderson, who was just here, and he was there with Ruben and I that day, talking it through. It wouldn't be unreasonable to you know, instruct me to go back out and talk to some more folks about, what do you think?
I mean, it was also on the agenda.
Yeah, it was.
And
Is that why?
Dot's on, I don't know if she wants to weigh in, but that was just my one. You know.
That's a good question. Kind of curious what the co-op people think.
Right, cause I know it's come up several times from Adamant residents, and I'd hate to make a decision and then have people be
looks
like,
like-
wait, that's the
It looks like
opposite.
that is off
I
of
feel like
you.
Dot has heard a lot from being at the store too.
Right.
And here she is.
Hey, Dot, do you want to provide some commentary on behalf of that? Can you hear us?
We can hear you, Dot.
What's going on?
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, you're
No,
good.
they can hear,
We can't hear you.
Oh.
Turn up your speaker.
Yeah, turn your speaker on.
Corey, is there a way?
Oh,
you can
my.
Put the
Well,
concept,
Chris and I are both here and we do have thoughts
Yeah.
on the traffic issues down there. And it's a danger zone. for sure. But we cannot hear you.
Well, that's strange.
Can other people on Zoom hear us?
Yeah.
We've been.
Oh, I
having
guess we-
conversations.
Ruben, I imagine you can still hear us. Is that true? Is that the case?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm wondering, I was gonna say settings, maybe click on the air, here, I'll put something in the chat for them.
And Kari has shared the concept plans.
So this is concept one, it calls for 2 yield signs, one on Haggett entering into the village and then one on Sodom Pond Road entering onto Adamant Road. And then there are 3, what do those say, slow pedestrian traffic. And this is in addition to an already approved plan to install a speed detection sign on Haggett Road coming down and on Adamant Road coming down.
Coming into the village.
Coming into the village, yeah.
Can people on Zoom see this? and
Yeah,
Understand? what
It should be able to. That's concept 1 and.
This is kind of funny, it's a joke a little bit, but I feel like ever since, right after I moved here, one of the speed signs opened up on Lightning Ridge and now these 3 in Adamant, and I'm wondering if maybe am I the problem? I'm not sure. So I'll definitely slow down.
See, it worked already.
Well, there is a voting by right pedal, this debate that has been had, but, you know, I think if I am afforded a little bit of leeway here, you know, I think that what was kind of problematic about the previously warned and proposed ordinances that there weren't traffic studies that were associated with them. And there is very specific due diligence that is recommended by the Central Vermont Regional Planning around how to adopt certain changes and regulations and enforcement on roads. And so we weren't when we revisited the dialogue, largely it's been a speed conversation. And then when you get to speed conversations in the Adamant Village area, it quickly transitions to this very quote unquote problematic and unique intersection of roads and how do we get there. And in previous conversations, we were like, well, put stop signs on everything because that's the easiest thing to do and everybody stops. But we decided to reach out to Ruben to see if we could get any clarification. You know, I think this is a good first effort to try to put something in place that is based on, you know, sound professional input and experience. And if we need to revisit it in the not too distant future, we've got a way to do that, and that would probably require a more deliberate, I guess, or specific study of what direction traffic is coming from, et cetera, et cetera.
This doesn't include any speed or traffic volume study.
Right.
Because that couldn't be done until the spring.
Right.
I'm wondering if Dot and Chris can speak now? Does that work?
What do you want to know?
Can hear you.
Okay.
We're just looking for some input on the conversation, I guess, from Adamant residents.
Well, there's been an increasing issue with speeders and they don't stop. And we've had, you know, especially when we have folks there for exhibits or the music school is in session, people are always out walking dogs. And it's 5 roads in, you know, and there's not a single stop sign. So it's really rough and they're coming downhill and they have blocked sight lines. And I don't know, I've seen a lot of close calls and they're folks who not only do they race down the road and cut the corner, but, they're in the middle of the road. So there's some confrontations that happen with other vehicles because there's no room to pass.
So, there's a lot of anecdotal information. As everyone's aware, summer times, every Friday, there are lots of kids and adults.
Cookouts.
Due to the Adamant Co-op cookouts. I happened to be there with Carrie and talking, and we saw delivery trucks who are showing up every day. They add to the blockage in regards to sight lines. So again, there's a lot of anecdotal information. There seems to be an increase in traffic. Again, that's all anecdotal. So I'm really looking forward to actually getting some counts. I would also be very interested in, once the radar speed is set up, to get a sense of what people are doing when they're coming down Haggett, which from my perspective is the main road into the village, versus Center or coming down Adamant Hill or off of Sodom. Because it is 25, there's a speed limit sign that says 25 just coming into village off of Center, as well as just coming down at the town line on Haggett. There's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit sign there. And whether it's cyclists or cars, people, they get a little downhill, the road straightens out. The sight line's pretty good and they zip along, and then they come to that corner by the church. And again, this is all anecdotal, so I'm looking forward to those counts to get more accurate information to base decisions on.
But those of us who are here, we have a lot of kids, a lot of dogs, a lot of events, and no signage, basically. There's that one sign by Allison's house, but nobody can see it.
That's the speed limit, 25 speed limit on Center Road coming into the village, which we had to go look for.
I guess I'll be a little more specific. Is there any strong objection to the signage proposal that we're considering now? Other than, I think that there is a lingering question on the table about whether, stop signs are needed and where to place them. I'm personally feeling like we don't maybe have all of the data needed to kind of make that decision, but does it seem reasonable to adopt a combination of yield pedestrian signage now with the commitment to having the radar signs placed so that we can start getting a better idea of what the traffic volumes are from various directions and speeds, and take further action as we get more data? Does that seem?
It makes complete sense to me. I mean, safety is the issue. We have a lot of folks in town who don't want to, impact on the historic nature of our village, which signage does, but it's already there. So limiting it and giving us, a first shot at changing behaviors, it makes total sense. Yeah.
And
Ruben.
I was just going to say, signs, it's easy to put a sign up and to take it down if it's seen as not working.
We have, for these signs, I think we have plenty of other areas in the community. The recycling signs is likely not a problem for the town of Calais. Ruben, I have one more question while the radar conversation has come up. So if we place the radar signs and we know that they capture data, does that data count towards Central Vermont's or regional planning's traffic studies? Like, can that data be used in tandem with your counting methodologies or equipment?
So that data can be, if it's not in the exact format that we use, Pretty much as long as there's, so we normally use tube counters, and one of the things that we can get out of those are what are called class counts. Because of their ability to measure vehicle speed, they can also, because, right, you have two tubes at a fixed distance from each other, you know that distance, the time interval between, you can determine speeds, then you can determine number of axles, so you can figure out what size vehicles, right? Like, is it a triaxle dump truck? Is it a passenger car, whatever.
Gotcha.
That would be the only real piece that I can imagine missing from the data out of those speed signs, and that wouldn't really be an issue. The only thing I can imagine is we might have to do a little bit of formatting work on our end, but as long as there's a timestamp, a timestamp associated with the speed measurement, then that can get converted into a traffic count and a speed count. So, it's a little bit of work in Excel maybe to do that conversion.
I have a quick question, because the only thing I can really see is people not liking the signs is just for aesthetic reasons, and I'm wondering, like, if there was real pushback, if like we were to make our own signs that say slow down, painting, making them all cute, is there like are they not enforceable by law, or like what are the downsides to trying to maintain our aesthetic? Like we also have a lot of artists, I could totally see that being a thing. Because if you aren't slowing down already to look at the ponds, then I'm just trying to think about how to really make this work.
Right, I mean, Maple Corner used to have a whole slew of hand painted signs that had sort of funny rhyming slogans and other than potentially, I think ours just were out in the summer and not winter. I think other than the issue of town right of way and plowing, they're not enforceable by law, but I think there's nothing wrong with sort of cutesy slow down in the village.
I'm just trying to think of ways to make
My
everyone
kids play
happy.
here. I think that's not uncommon to see around town.
I would be concerned about, taking that approach with the yield
Yes,
sign. And maybe there's room on the table to talk about it for like the pedestrian traffic one for sure. I also, to my earlier point, I think, we probably have more uses for these. And so if we can in the interim get something installed and start gleaning any kind of information about their impact, and if folks in the community are motivated to look into the homemade or locally sourced signage, I think that's a fair thing to take a look at. So I think it's a yes and type conversation for sure.
Yeah.
So with that, do you think we can kind of coalesce around an op?
I think
Yep, sorry, Ruben.
So and I'd be interested what Vicky thinks of this. I hate to talk about more signs, but people get lost. And our village, Adamant Road's marked, Center Road's marked, Quarry is marked, but Haggett is not in the village.
Right. It isn't. That's a good point.
And people come in and say, where the heck am I? What road? So I don't know.
Are road signs in here? Do we have road name signs? No, I'm just saying that's not, I don't think that's dictated by the traffic ordinance, right? Just the placement of road name signs. Yeah.
I don't think they're in there.
I bet it's because the other one gets stolen all the time.
Yeah. So
It's like a very popular, like, the one of the van sign.
I guess I'd like to maybe table that one, just because I think that we could likely just have a separate conversation or adopt put a road name sign up there. Yeah.
All roads, it's just a matter of getting it on the list for the next time we order.
And getting it and making sure it doesn't get stolen.
Well, yeah.
But they have all that granite out there, just put it on really big blocks.
They'll find a way.
So are we kind of coalescing around option 1 or 2 for those at all? Can we?
Like to move option one.
Oh, I like that.
The one with one fewer sign.
The one with one fewer sign.
That sounds good.
Sure. I'll second
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
that. Wait,
What are we?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to register everybody's support of that particular amendment to the traffic ordinance, and then we'll just adopt them all.
That could be a straw poll.
Yeah, all right, so that's a straw poll. That was a straw poll.
If it may be temporary. But isn't it, it's just something we can try.
We are, I'm sorry, that was not a motion, that was a straw poll. So we're all in favor of
Of doing what?
As between 1 and 2, we like
Option one.
option one. And so option one will be represented as the signage for Adamant Village in the traffic ordinance that will be hopefully adopted and then warned this evening, after this evening. Is everybody following that logic?
Not exactly, because I thought you wanted to wait and see what effect the signs had before you decided if they were gonna be permanent. Did I
No.
misunderstand
Well, I
that?
think we have to put them in the ordinance to put them
Just in
up.
order
To make-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
to make them enforceable.
okay.
All right, well, so, hold on, yes.
What we gotta do is this.
Oh, no, Doug, go for it. What do we gotta do? We're doing it.
Talked about the pond the last two times, and they shut me up. Now you want to shut me up for this, you know?
I just wanna move on to the speed conversation on Lightning Ridge.
Signs and all these little marks you put around, and all these the speed signs you got by my place, they're worthless. Worthless. They're both worthless. They tell you nothing. They tell you nothing. And what we gotta do? We gotta talk to her husband, and is he charged of have more clear?
No.
No. Okay, we're gonna tell me right,
Talk to somebody about what?
legislative about getting Calais, Woodbury, Plainfield, Cabot, and all these, to hire a cop to everybody.
I agree.
And everybody gets beaten, and they don't work every day on Calais, they work different days, and we gotta pay them. And you can just put up signs to help us, and we won't do a damn thing.
Well,
This morning, I watched 6, 7 cars over my house, just flying.
well, it's Doug, it's certainly not lost on me that enforcement is a thing to consider here.
Spend your money, if you're gonna get anything done, you gotta spend some money doing it.
Well, thank you, Doug. I appreciate that and I agree. That is on the purview, and there have been conversations, very initial conversations about maybe looking at partnering with other local town or regional towns to split the cost on enforcement, because what we currently have is not enough.
I've
So,
been talking to state troopers, and they agree with me.
yeah, and so does the sheriff's department. I'd like to move on to Lightning Ridge Road speed, because that's the other kind of major substantial change. And do we need any more dialogue around the modification right now? The proposed amendment is to reduce the speed from 35 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour, and
At the intersection of Adamant Road and then to Gray Road.
that would go.
Then it goes to 25 after that, correct?
And then after that, it's 20.
After, yeah, correct.
School.
25 down in Adamant.
Well, right now, we're considering this change because there was a traffic study that measured the volume and the speeds, which is the recommendation of CVR, Pete. I can never do the acronym. I'm sorry, Ruben. I can't. It's like a dyslexic thing. It's awful. That's the methodology that is recommended, and that's the approach that we've taken. Right now, the majority of the traffic is largely split between the 30 and 35 mile-an-hour groupings, and circulated a reminder that there needs to be significant considerations when looking at the reduction of speeds, because artificially reducing a speed too slow can frankly just move more people into the non-compliance, and has a proven record of making people drive more irrationally, not less irrationally. And really it comes down to enforcement, which, you know, is that a fair representation of that guidance, Ruben?
Yes, so what you're talking about is design speed versus posted speed. And people will tend to drive the design speed of a road kind of regardless of what you post it. So if you have 12-foot lanes and 10-foot shoulders and you post that road at 30 miles an hour, people are still going to do 60 because the geometry of the road tells them to do 60.
So, you know, I think, and this is my opinion, and I will afford others the opportunity to present theirs or offer theirs for discussion, but we've got speed limits of 30 miles an hour on other roads that are similar in nature and I think in function as connectors. The other one being Pekin Brook, and the difference between the two, you know, I think that there's more curb cuts on Lightning Ridge. There's a school on Lightning Ridge. There are agricultural properties on Lightning Ridge. And I think that all taken into consideration warrants a modest modification of the speed limit, which at the moment is being proposed for 30 miles an hour. So that's my piece on that. Would anybody else would like to go ahead? Yeah, please.
So I went back and looked at the study after our conversation last week. The signs were out, the things that were measuring the speed were out for 1 week, 7 days, from August 15th to August 22nd. The 85th percentile came in at 34.9. Now, under the law, V-Trans recommendation is that therefore the speed limit should be 35. Now, it may be what Jordan says, that because we've lowered it on the roads, we should do that, but we are going to later be taking a look at all these different roads. And if at that time we decide we're gonna have a policy of if there's so many curb cuts, well, maybe we can look into changing them. But at this point, I don't see any good justification for not following the recommendation. And I'm gonna vote against changing the speed limit. Sorry, Doug.
Thanks, Ann. And I think that raises a valid point. You know, I think we should make it, you know, clear as both a select board and a community that we're not just doing this as a reaction to the squeakiest wheel. We did we made a good faith effort to get data and make a data-driven decision around this. And I think it's okay that there are differing opinions. And I think it's important to note that we should not enter into this conversation lightly when we look at other roads, and that we should continue to look at what the influences are of other roads and what the characteristics of them, and take them into consideration when we have that information. Would anybody else like to offer up any other?
Yeah, I would.
Good put. Yes, Doug.
Okay. We gotta get to talk to the truck drivers when they go around swinging that wing out and getting 30 feet, the road's 30 feet, 40 feet wide. That's what they do on my road, and I've been down Saleton Road. They don't have no snowbanks, they push it. If there's no tree there, they'll push that snowbank right.
Doug, I don't want to be rude. We just have a long agenda tonight and I want to stay as focused as we can. And we're talking about speed limits. So I hear your
Oh, can we talk?
you're concerned about that, but we can yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yep, okay. So,
I'm actually in favor of moving the speed to 30.
okay. Thank you, Bill. And Jamie? Yeah, do you want to be Amy tonight? I mean, I don't.
I'm generally in favor, although I totally understand and the point and see both sides. But I think that there are enough sort of evidence and extenuating circumstances that could easily justify being 30 instead of 35 with the traffic in the school and the farm and the number of curb cuts and.
Yeah, just point out
Yeah.
that the school's in the 25
Yeah.
mile an hour zone.
Yes,
But traffic feeds
Right.
into that zone from somewhere.
Okay. With that, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt the traffic ordinance as it's proposed. It doesn't sound like we've made any changes. Well, would somebody like to make a motion to adopt the edited and modified traffic ordinance with the 30 mile an hour speed limit and the signage in adamant?
Can we divide the question, Jordan?
We're not talking about this.
I don't know.
Traffic ordinance piece of paper.
Well,
it's.
Yeah,
I mean, the whole thing, all the name.
You got some other problems.
I want to vote yes on both of that and no on either.
Okay.
Are the yield signs in here?
they are down below speed, they're stopping.
So could I make,
Um,
well, how about this? I'll make a
Yeah, but-
motion to adopt the changes to the road names and the signage part,
The yield signs.
and the yield signs.
Okay.
On Adamant.
And I'd like to vote on the traffic, the change in the speed limit on Lightning Ridge Road separately. So my motion is to approve all the changes except the change to the speed limit on Lightning Ridge Road, and I'd like to conduct that as a separate vote.
Procedurally, I don't see how you could do
You
that.
divide the question, you're just dividing the question.
But
It's
if
Robert's rules.
Okay.
Two separate versions.
If you want me to vote against the whole thing.
No, I know, I know, well, so I think, you know, I guess I would propose that, in the record that, it's reflected that Anne is strongly in favor of the other ones, but is voting no because of the proposed
If
change.
you want to, but it is actually under Robert's rules, you can divide a question like that.
Okay, I just think it would be simpler and I can't speak to that. So I would like to call for a motion to adopt the entire thing with the changes as they've been, circulated with the 30 mile an hour speed for Lightning Ridge, the road names that have been defined, with the highway numbers.
I just have one of,
It's fine. Go for it.
in reading
Why we have
this-
pizza tonight.
That's right. In reading through this today, I greatly appreciate all of, I think, Barbara's work in
Yes,
adding
yes,
the road
thank you,
names,
Barbara,
which makes it way easier to read.
right?
It makes, whether or not as part of this change or a future change, I think that it would be worth looking through the way those road names are put in terms of like readability. And the reason I say that is many of the section road numbers correspond to multiple named roads.
Right.
And so when you're reading through and looking at, particularly down in the stop and yield sign intersections, on a first read, it might look like a stop sign between these two roads that don't actually intersect. And so I'm wondering if there might be a better way to lay this out where the, you know, only the road that is a appropriate section is named in that section, or the others are in, I don't know, I just think that it, again, I don't know if
I
that's,
think that makes a lot of sense, and, if the rest of the board is in favor of that, what I would suggest is table this for tonight, we'll come back with a cleaner version, we can incorporate the table that, Jordan proposed, didn't mention that before, but we could have an appendix that puts all of this number, name.
right,
You could have the length of the segment if we wanted, speed limits for sure, and maybe stop and yield in one
Right,
major, basically.
right. I know this keeps getting kicked down the road and I hate delaying again, but I do think if we're gonna do a whole rewrite of it, it should be the best
Bill
possible.
just pointed out that Article 3 speaks of selectmen.
Right,
You know,
yeah, I
so
saw
there's
that
other
too.
cleanup, I'm sure, that would benefit this document.
So the ordinance advisory committee could work on that part of it. Too much? No.
I mean,
Kind of comes down to
Yeah,
when do you want these
Right.
changes, implemented?
Right.
If they involve signs, pretty soon.
has to be soon.
Well, we're gonna wait, you know, it's an ordinance, so we're gonna wait 44 days after you adopt it, maybe longer than that.
Relatively kind of fast.
Yeah.
Especially if it's all the roads, it's gonna freeze down the feet.
Never froze last year.
So we might be, you know, we might be waiting until spring anyway to implement.
Can we approve the appropriation of the signage? Purchasing of the signage? Without having the ordinance? Maybe we could buy whatever signs we
We
want.
would just make that part of this year's plan. We were gonna install this in the spring.
Okay. Gotcha. Is tabling it the will of the majority of the board, or? I guess, I mean,
I think unless you wanna take pieces out of it and vote like Ann mentioned, I think we need to table it.
all right, I'm just trying to spin my wheels on how we might be able to do that, and I mean, I really do want to, personally, again, I can't speak for the whole board, but I do want to. We made a commitment to taking this up prior to you know, the broader road related ordinance committee review, and I know that they're gonna be taking on other work. You know, if we need to punt it another 2 weeks, we can do that. I think that's fine. I mean, I agree. I know what that table is, because I created it. It's a very nerdy thing, but I also think that it's a lot easier to read than that.
Yeah.
And in the future, if we needed to make any amendments, it would be easier to do that as an appendix with road names. So structurally, I think it makes a lot of sense as well. Let's just move that to the next.
One other thing is we could do a little more outreach to Adamant residents, and specifically the co-op. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Okay. That sounds good. That action item is tabled. Moving on to the land sale discussion, which is the discussion of,
Just one more comment, you say you're tabling that, how long is it gonna take for?
2 weeks till the next select board meeting, to have a fully cleaned up and revised. I mean, I think it's really just structural revisions at this point, relative to the road names, because there are so many names and numbers. There's a spreadsheet that I created that, would likely make it easier to read, but frankly, I don't see the conversation around the speed or signage changing. So it's just I would hope that we would, by the next meeting, have a final and very clean proposal that we can just vote on. That would be my expectation for 2 weeks from today. Sorry, Michael.
Sorry.
I was hoping that would be the action for tonight.
Put up these poles already there, pretty much.
There are.
Not a lot of work to do
No.
that.
Nope.
And get 2 guys to do it in a day, easy.
Nope, we just, right now, the only thing that we're really delaying is the warning. That is gonna be another 2 weeks delayed, from today. So that would hopefully be my expectation. Thank you. Back to the land sale. So I think there have been some additional conversations with various board members. It is an ongoing consideration. I think the main thing that we need to discuss is what our plan is going to be moving forward for doing a thorough assessment of this and making preparations to get sufficient information out to the community. Because the plan would be that if this would be an item that is brought up for vote during town meeting. So there has to be a certain amount of coordination with the warning of town meeting and some due diligence in the interim that needs to be addressed sooner than later, because we're going to be coming up on deadlines pretty quickly. And what I would like to put forth as an option would be to volunteer myself as tribute for further torture and abuse. As a liaison to this issue, to serve as a board liaison to this issue, to work with various community members to put forth an assessment and proposal for considering the purchase that would then be presented at town meeting or frankly before. It may make sense to do it beforehand, but I guess need to look to others for some input on what the timeline of that would be. That's clear.
Seems to me we ought to have time to brainstorm what questions we think are likely to come up at town meeting, so we know what questions need to be answered. I mean, I can think of a few, but I'm sure I can't think of all of them.
So that is a fair point. Let's raise a couple of questions. So, I think one of the major ones is usage. So one of the primary proposed usages would be for producing crushed material for the town's use, whether that be through crushing what is on site or getting a updated permit that would allow the town to crush. There's also the consideration of potentially using it as purely a bulk storage facility. There's some questions around natural resources that should be taken into consideration and should be presented, I think, to the community for consideration. There's personally, I think that there may be an opportunity to look into whether or not it makes sense from the acquisition opportunity to try to start piecing together a contiguous block of town forests, whether that be for conservation purposes or trail usage. I mean, I don't think it's a reach for there to be a trail network that connects Adamant Village to Maple Corner. there's only a handful of properties that would probably need to be involved in that conversation. And that could be a pretty cool resource for the community. So, you know, those are the ones that are on top of my list. Are there other calculus or questions on the board?
Oh. Yeah, I would like to understand the finances of the thing. I think it might be good if we asked probably the listers, you know, just what's the appraisal value of the property, you know, what are they appraising the property at? I realize the Pelchaks are offering us a wonderful deal, but I think people are gonna wanna know the specifics of what's it worth. I wanna understand the finances of, if we were to try to operate it so that we were crushing gravel, what are the finances of that? I'd like to know more about the forest management plan. I'd like to know what is it and where are we in the cycle? Are we likely to actually be able to earn some money from continuing the forest management plan? Those are off the top of my head.
Also on the finance and what's lost in tax revenue by removing it from the grand list to.
600 a year. 100 bucks, 1,300 bucks.
Just so that's in the, not much, but it needs to be in the calculus.
That'll be in the calculus, tax revenue. There. Any? Yeah, go ahead.
It'd be good to understand the potential for the gravel too, somebody who knows. I mean, Greg knows a lot, maybe he can help with that.
I think, yeah.
You know, people are gonna say, okay, let's suppose we operate as a gravel pit, how long are we gonna be able to do that?
I might say one statement is you can get the right committee to keep amending it. I would say almost everybody in this room will be pushing pansies before.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking for answers now, we're just trying to get out the questions that are likely to come at us at town meeting.
I think people will wanna know.
Go ahead, please.
Something about how the business of gravel crushing would operate and what the impacts would be, the noise, the air, the water, that kind of thing.
People are gonna want to know more about the vernal pool. What does that mean? What if suddenly everybody knows there's this magnificent vernal pool there? Do we need to worry about protecting it? Should we run a trail by it? To understand.
More about the property.
More about the property, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to look into the potential for the solar operation that Greg has and Rose have mentioned?
Okay. I think that, you know, I'm just trying to, I think all of those are valid considerations and ones that we need to define and take a look at. Yeah, I see this as an opportunity to kind of split it into a handful of different categories of consideration. Venn diagram of sorts, pluses and minuses. If we use it for crushing, what does that keep us from using it for in the future? You know, how valuable are the natural resources? You know, how do they weigh compared to maybe some of the other natural resources and conservation efforts that might be a higher priority around the rest of the community? And then, you know, if I were to liaise that operation, I would pull in experts in each of those and kind of task individuals with helping to structure the input around that and seek expertise on that. You know, so I think it would absolutely make sense to get the town forester involved. You know, we have other folks who are particularly attuned to weighing some of those considerations and making those representations, and then I would own the presentation of that input, I guess, once it's all collated. Scott, sorry.
Thank you. In the more than 20 years that I've been really holding this something like this would happen for the town of Calais. What would the major benefit to me is that we would spend a lot less time being in the trucking business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you're gathering your data, how many miles do you go, what kind of material, what's a ton of material cost? What's a ton of material gonna cost in 10 years? It's getting harder and harder to get material as we learned in the flood. What would a ton of material from the quarry, there's a lot of variables there now and in 10 years. And boy, they do not say more than
Yeah. Well, yeah, I absolutely agree that transportation and projected material availability and expense needs to be weighed with this.
cost of diesel, cost of tires,
Everything.
cost of buying 10-wheelers versus 6-wheelers.
I mean, hopefully at some point they make electric trucks, right? You know, that will be able to, I mean, it seems like it's a stretch for electric triaxles, but you know, maybe we'll get there. Hold on, Craig, because there's a hand up in the back that I want, that was first. Yeah, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
From my understanding, there's two ways in. There's one from county and there's one that hasn't been made yet from Bliss Pond Road, which I live on the neighboring side of that, but I think that would be a tremendous cost to cut in a road from there. And also like just the wildlife corridor that comes through. I just saw, and this is like the third time I saw a beautiful bull moose just make its way through there once in the last week. And then, yeah, just all sorts of other bear and fox and coyote. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's certainly not lost on me for sure. And I,
Ways though, I'm not quite following how that would work. I think none of those ways in are owned, just the one from Bush Pond Road is owned by the Buffets, not the other way in county.
yeah, so I think we would have to. Well, so we would have to look at the easement from County Road to make sure that we're not going to have any disruption of access to that, somehow solidify that in any kind of dialogue. I agree that it would be we would want to make sure that we don't have if we were going to be using it for truck access or crushing, like that we don't have some sort of lingering liability that would box us into having to develop a road off of Bliss Pond. You know, that certainly is not the initial expectation by any stretch of the imagination. And right now there's a property owner there who hasn't raised that as a concern for us. So, and I think to your point, I don't think that this isn't have your cake and eat it too conversation too. Like we may be able to do both. We may be able to use it for municipal storage, and we may be able to use a portion of it or conserve a portion of it or manage a portion of it as forest and a trail network. But I think what we need to do is solicit the expertise of a number of folks and take all of those into consideration and make sure that that's all represented to the voters. Craig?
Thank you. No ice in the back of my head.
No.
You raised some good points.
Yeah.
As I was leaving, I saw yet again this evening 5 bears in my lawn climbing my apple trees. And they've been around for 3 to 4 weeks, every day, every night. One day, I'm sorry, this is off the cuff. I counted 33 piles of bear shit from one night. And a guy stopped, they moved through, they're across the road, they're down at Kent's Corner. It's heavy wildlife use. What I wanted to ask was, well, first of all, to say, I really appreciate the careful consideration that you folks are giving this. That's part of the reason I came tonight, a big part of the reason. I well remember the debate that went on, as Greg and Rose do, how many years ago?
We started in 99.
Yeah, and so
25 years ago.
the debate about the pros and cons and the noise and I was coming down ultimately on the side of no, let's not do it. And yet, once it was operational, I didn't have any issues. There's a lot more to it now, I think, that you're considering, which is great. My question is there any information already put together that people could look at? I'm interested to learn more. I don't know how many acres it is. I don't, is there anything where I can learn more?
Not at the,
45 acres?
yeah. It's 45 acres. It's owned by the Pelchucks. Anybody can find them and ask them questions about the parcel. They've been pretty forthright and their representation of it. But
Well, stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned. I'd like to organize that a little bit more. Yeah.
It's not feasible to bring any type of equipment in and out
Yeah.
of there. It was basically going off the county road.
Yeah.
County road's your main thoroughfare in
Yeah.
and out. And when we had the flood, but not this year, but last year, and I was bringing a lot of material up there to stockpile and transfer it to Adamat Village.
Yeah.
Where they could build things quickly.
Yeah.
One question, that driveway, just looking at it from the road, is relatively small. Is that adequate for the size dump truck?
Yeah, that's I mean, that's
CB radios on your trucks and your guys talk to each other. Because we didn't have any issues during the July 23 flood.
The big trucks coming in and out of
the
there.
current curb cut is up to the commercial standard for curb cuts. There's defined by the state. Yeah. B71A. Yeah. It's gotta be either B71A or B71B, so, and it's an A, it's the commercially rated one, including, yeah, anyway. So, yeah, stay tuned, and so with that, I'd like to put forth the motion to appoint, myself, as liaison, to start pulling together this information, and get it to the public in preparation for a vote in town meeting. All in favor?
Okay. Oh, okay.
Nobody tell my wife, please.
I had another thought, that the permit situation should be looked into too.
Oh, yeah, I have that on, yeah.
I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with deciding that you now have a comprehensive question list. Those are
Right.
just things that I was thinking of off the top of my head. I wonder if we shouldn't think of a way to be sure we're hearing what the people of Calais are gonna wanna know at town meeting.
Oh, that's a great idea. You know what? No, there's another person who has a lot of experience with doing town-run surveys, and maybe one of the individuals I could have for helping facilitate some initial input.
Don't tell them.
No.
She might be.
So why don't we do a survey, an initial survey, try to get some poll polling information.
What people wanna know, yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, maybe we could do that for next week. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hey, just because I can, it doesn't matter. All right, we have a scheduled quick break, but we're running behind schedule by 20 minutes. How do we want to handle that?
Extremely quick break.
An extremely quick.
While we work.
Yeah, we can eat while we work. If you guys can put up with some chewy mouth while we try to consume some food while we move through the rest of the agenda.
Oh, our yeah, our boundary, so that's why, even though you're like, right, we're like completely different.
We tried, we were like ahead for just like a little bit, and then we had that extra 20 minutes. Who? Oh, we definitely voted on Toby.
Yeah, really did. Remember, I wrote it down.
You wrote it down?
Yep.
Who was saying that?
Gabrielle.
Oh.
My daughter has a chair.
I closed it and Jamie seconded it. It was unanimous.
Okay.
I know all of them.
I don't know anybody in minutes.
Oh, please get them all. I mean, my husband doesn't want another property about, like, you know.
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't gone hungry a day in my life.
We videotape those all the time. We don't see TV either. I mean, it's. It is a high. It goes, admin goes here, so like your house and our property is here, so the wildlife.
Might be the first time in my life to do it.
It goes right up to our property.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I think it's the one where, we went again, or like you read that, and there's somebody like. I love that. I love here.
It's a road that goes all the way up through, and if you get to our property line, we're like a chassis of a truck.
Maybe, well, I never mind.
When you come out, across the walls from our, and let's start on right up
Yeah.
so you go up line between us, and eventually it gets into a nice boat, and it breaks off. One goes off to the right side, and staying for a share in your car. The other one keeps from straight up the lawn, and you find the kids that are playing on the boundaries. And if you follow up the line, you will come up to each other. It's nothing. It's probably there in the.
Oh, my.
I'll show you the one.
That's the money.
So I lived in the woods, you know, back towards the Green Bog. I didn't care. But
10 o'clock might be.
Yeah.
So I'm Craig, by the way.
Where are you?
I live on Old West Church Road. So on the mountain.
This bear was in my shoulder. She was determined to find something. I took a video of him walking right up. Walk right up and I go. This is the bench too.
You're not sitting in front of
I know, now they are. How's things been, Harry Bradley, besides phenomenally busy?
Traffic study?
Good.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, if you go into the shared drive and just do a search, it'll run on the top and just do traffic study or speed study maybe. I think it does come up. I think you'd have to call it speed study.
I tried traffic.
But I didn't. Yeah, okay.
It was.
So.
They went with two, love Seattle.
Guys, in the, so in the interest of time, Kari, and Rose, I think we ought to just kind of keep rolling. Back to work, everyone, please. I think so. I have a very competitive and anxious pizza eating, so I've already piled my plate high. Leftover.
Yeah.
So the next agenda item on the list is the update from the Planning Commission. Greg.
What?
Come on. So the Planning Commission has an update on town plan, and tonight we have the agriculture and flood resiliency elements, as well as a dialogue about adopting timelines and that sort of thing. Jared, would you like to start, or?
No, I can't. Actually, I'd say the first is we welcome any questions or comments about either of the sections. Vicky is here. He wrote the flood resilience section. Gary was going to be here, but I don't see Gary. So I can at least take any questions you have about agriculture and take them back to him. And then after we do that, we can give you a little bit of update on where we are and what our plan looks like from here on out.
In the previous iterations of these updates, we've had kind of a 30,000-foot view presentation of what any major changes have been, and for many of them they've been just kind of structural and some more substantive. So I guess for the agriculture, can we have just kind of a general update of the more significant changes for the community members that are here?
Yeah, so the real significant changes are, I shouldn't say changes, but the focus is on how do we support agriculture as we have it and as we know that it will be, which is more small-based, right, farms and those kind of things, supporting the bigger farms that we do have and finding ways to incentivize protecting farmland and agricultural land and land that's being used for growing food and cattle and those types of things, protecting that. And I think that is the biggest takeaway that I got, and if you let me know if you did, was the protection of, and how do we help not just protect, but at least grow what we can. We only have so much, right, farmland and so many places that we can do that. And so how do we protect what we have and help grow that where we can, but also supporting small scale and a lot of the different things that we have. Gary has been like visiting all of them to talk to them. You know, he's been going around where he can and talking to people, Schoolhouse Farm, Hooley Flats, like he's going to those places and asking, you know, their thoughts and what things they need. And so that's really the part of the plan, is just focusing on protecting what we have and helping to maintain it and grow it, while at the same time sort of pushing into this, the smaller farming and the medium size, agricultural industry that we have.
Go ahead, Ann.
First of all, are you gonna be edited?
Yes.
It needs to be, okay. What about taxes?
Yeah.
There's a statement that, which I need to find, so I can read it. Let me just find it here. Well, it was about, how the taxes,
I mean, the first sentence is an awkward one. The challenge of how property tax farmland has been with us for a generation.
It's the last sentence in that section. Tax stabilization for farms is expensive, unequally supports large landowners. And here's the part I'm questioning. Reduces the incentive for innovation and modernization and imposes government oversight on land use. How does it reduce the incentive for innovation and modernization? It seems to me it does the opposite.
Right, we talked a lot about this when this was the part of this section that was not well gone through, that he had questions to us about as he was writing.
Okay.
So that one needs, that is the section we need to go through more, like that was one that we did not even really get clear answers on. So we're willing to take any thoughts you have on that, because that one was one where Gary was sort of like, I'm not quite sure exactly where we want to go with this and how we should go with this. So no, that's.
Okay, well, I actually think that's wrong, so.
Yes, that's fine. You said that was the last sentence in that tax section?
In the first paragraph.
Last sentence in the first paragraph.
Right.
You take comments from the floor?
Jordan, is that okay?
Well, Daniel, before you offer yours, I would like to offer one and say that, I think that that strikes me as a problematic statement without data to back it up, on what authority has anybody said that? And I think that would be feedback, in any section of the town plan. I think we as a community need to be more careful about how we make those statements and backing them up with a rationale and the information or data. But Daniel, you've got a fair amount of expertise in working with rural farmers.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I agree with the data. I think the data is important, backing it up, but I see some validity in that, just in terms of the fact that if someone is reliant on the use value appraisal program to reduce their taxes, they're going to take the path of least resistance very often, which is working with the bigger conventional farms. There needs to be a guarantee that the farmer benefiting from the land is someone who's earning 50% or more of their income from farming, which I think disqualifies a lot of new and emerging farmers. And I think also a lot of smaller livestock farms can't utilize the fields to their highest and best use if they're not fenced. And there's very little land, farmland in our town that is fenced. Most of it is sort of open hay land. So I think there's some aspects to how it might hinder innovation. But the data is important, and I'm curious what the farmers said.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, some of the bigger farms in East Montpelier that have been able to take advantage of it to be innovative. So, I just,
Well, I guess my question here is, how much leeway or power does the town of Calais have in determining how farmland is going to be taxed?
That was a lot of our discussion. Where we had that, because that was.
Because this is a town plan,
Yes.
so let's
Yes.
figure out what the town can do.
Correct.
Right?
That was actually most of the conversation, was like really what taxing power do we even have? None really. And so it was more of other than the land, right, like. But it was more of a, how do we then find ways to help and incentivize?
Right.
From a town perspective, when we only have so many tools available
Right.
to us as the town. That was that
So let's look
major
at
discussion, correct?
what those are.
But I presume we could be a resource. We
Oh,
are
absolutely.
helping people understand what tax incentives are available and how they would go about doing it.
Yes.
So one of the things that we've also been touching on quite a bit in the review of many of these sections is trying to define what kind of actions the community will be taking to support the values that we're defining without getting too nuanced with deadlines, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm wondering, you know, one of the things, these are also records of a point in time, which you know, I think is an interesting way to look at them as well. So under the marketing, processing and storage part, I'm wondering if we can speak more specifically about the community stores that are in our town and that have relationships or try to emphasize the use or make accessible the purchase of locally grown and produced agricultural products or outputs. And in general, if I were to think about some of the younger farmers, some of them aren't necessarily from around here, and many of them are younger and maybe don't have farming in their background, but have chosen to walk a certain path in their life, which I think is very honorable. And I wonder if we could make a commitment to having like an agricultural advisory committee or some sort of agricultural, you know, some sort of support committee, resource committee. Maybe if it's not a committee, it's just a part of a place on the website where we can get together a cohort of individuals who can make a list of resources that are available to landowners who are pursuing various agricultural pursuits.
Yeah. I mean, we found that in a lot of places where that's what it needs to be, like economic development. We talked about that one way back.
Right.
It was like having a business advisory or a collaborative or something together, just where they resources together, right? Working together in the same, I mean, that could be that, farms are businesses, right? These are businesses, so it could be something like that. But you're saying something specific, which I like, so.
I remember when Rachel was here, she recommended a housing committee.
Correct, she did, yep. That's a whole nother, right, like a whole way to bring that in, yes.
And again, I don't necessarily think it needs to be a full-on committee, but you know, I think we know who certain players are in the community who have a fair amount of authority and knowledge on the matter and could help kind of stand up a resource center of sorts, and make a commitment as a community to publicizing that and making it accessible. And Daniel, that's pretty much you. That's, I think, good.
I just wrote in here, Gary needs to talk to Daniel. That's what I wrote. Okay, Daniel.
So, can I ask another question? So I'm looking at the paragraph that's one sentence. It says, one major landowner reports renting houses that share agricultural lots to generate income in a hybrid business plan to offset the cost of taxes. What is that?
That's a fair question. There's one sentence in one paragraph.
I'm reading it. It's one paragraph. One major landowner reports renting houses that share agricultural lots to generate income in a hybrid business plan to offset the cost of taxes. I don't understand.
So
the
like
sentence.
sharing land to grow or
Renting houses that share agricultural lots. How does that offset the cost of taxes? Anyway, okay, just.
I mean, I will ask
I
about
just
that.
find that.
No, I mean,
that's-
that is a good question, yes.
Maybe it means
to share the burden of having to pay the taxes by,
That's what I take from it, is
Not-
that it means like, instead of me being the landowner owning this all land, I share the tax with somebody, so if it's
right, so
split
it's
4
not,
ways.
it's not
Right, but I was,
reducing the taxes to the town of Calais, it's reducing
to
somebody's
that,
burden, having to pay it.
we share, it's shared 4 ways,
Oh,
Yeah.
right, like if we share out,
Maybe
but
we suggest just to help financially in general, that's more.
I think that's what it is, yeah.
Okay. And in the next paragraph, it says the town has adopted density averaging. I thought you were getting rid of that. Am I wrong? Density averaging, were you taking that out?
I don't think you can.
No, I don't,
No, that's still
No,
there.
it's still-
Okay, thank you.
I will check on that, though, yeah, get that to you.
Any more discussion of the agriculture section? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of language about mapping, but I can't quite tell how it is you plan to use the mapping. I need to find,
We talked about that a lot,
We did. we did talk
Okay.
about
a lot.
that. Basically, yeah.
what is it that
So-
you tried to do?
I know one of them was, you know, they have like the USDA soil maps, and we wanna look and see how much land in Calais actually has prime soil for farming. And then, maybe propose ways to, you know, preserve that land specifically for farming because of the soil types. You know, and other things like, you know, steepness and slope, or is it forested or not, you know, just to use maps to determine what areas are best for farming and how we can, try to save those areas specifically for farming and not other types of.
So isn't that also the land where it's cheapest to build housing? In general, where you can get good septic and the infrastructure is easy to build?
I know that's like the
I mean,
big
you're gonna-
problem.
You're, yeah, you're.
In the
gonna
same
run
with
into-
floodplains, that's where it's flat, it's a big problem, so it's just one way to, we have to look at everything, and I guess we also, there's the question of how much land in Calais actually has this good soil, because there's really, I don't think there's all that many areas, and like you're saying, there's not that many great areas to build too, because there's all these rocky ridges and steep elevation, so I think just having the maps, the mapping, which, I know they're working on, right, because yeah, they're working on the maps, they aren't final.
It's not the same as prime egg soil, which I thought was on that.
Yes, yeah, I mean, for like, the maps for us to have in the plan, it is the same, they just haven't, I guess, finalized the data, so that's what they mean by that, and we had a whole discussion. And there'll be maps for, I think, almost every section, I'd say, most of them.
John, you know maps a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
don't
Yeah,
You're working on the maps.
you? Does all that sound?
Yeah, and if you haven't seen the new map, the CAI map, there's a very complete mapping of soils in Calais.
But, and to your point, that is one of the things that we're finding, that there are things like finite resources,
Right?
right? Like that's part of our problem.
Right.
So where there is agricultural land that can be used, it's also the place where you could build, but it could also be the place that would be in flood.
And
Well-
that's what the maps are for.
And that's what the maps are for,
Provide
so
the
that we can
data.
say, this is what this should be used for, and this is what this should be.
And if
used
it's
for.
prime agricultural land, maybe it's not
Correct.
appropriate for housing.
Correct.
Okay. Maps are good.
Maps are good, we like maps. Good, Jordan? You look like it.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that having maps that help define the priorities for any of these things, I've said this before, it makes a lot of sense. I think the agricultural overlay or soils map is, it should be committed. Resources should be, committed to trying to get one stood up. I just don't know how much of an impact it's gonna be, because it's like such a dynamic, and also it's a little different than some of the other situations, because there's only so much that we can do to control somebody's use of land or direct them to use it for agricultural use. Because, that person is gonna have to want to be a farmer, right? And so, I guess I would just be careful. It seems to me like if we're gonna spin up resources and efforts, we need to help farmers get their outputs and products, to the community members or accessible to the community members. How do we support them? And that seems like more of an economic development approach, than like identifying land and saying this needs to be used for agricultural purposes. I think it would be helpful for certainly like the DRB when they're reviewing things. But my guess is that the agricultural overlay district, or not district, but resource map is going to look very similar to the river corridor map, for instance, and it's going to come with its own inherent limitations and challenges.
Like that's what we need to pass the plan, so that's why they're being added, and I believe they're the ones who are actually helping with massive.
Oh, okay, good.
Using resources. To
That's
do this.
interesting.
It's not looking to be enforced, it's, for the town planning purposes and help us determine if we want to focus on agriculture, maybe that's, not going anywhere, we need to focus on housing, but it's just to help inform us to make better decisions.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I was just kind of a thought exercise, but.
We used to have a Calais tax incentive for farmers on top of the state tax incentive.
It has been mentioned. Yeah, Gary has mentioned it, John has mentioned
So
it,
you're
yeah.
already aware of it.
That was done away with
Yeah.
I know,
15 years ago, maybe.
I know.
There were, Doug Lilly, there were like 2 farmers using it.
I remember it well.
Yeah.
And Doug just said that he wants us to charge him more taxes so that we can hire constables. So I'm not saying he's gonna want it anyway. We're gonna have to raise it so egregiously to offset the offset. Sorry, that's not fair.
It was brought up, and but it went into that bigger discussion of what is our role and what should we be.
Well, and I wonder if that goes back into the economic development conversation,
that
because
goes more there, actually.
this is something that was raised relative to like, how do we incentivize? How do we support, and how do we do that in a way that is driven by, some sort of prioritization or opportunity that's been recognized. Like, so do we need to create a special tax incentive for a period of time for subdividing within villages or ADUs within villages, et cetera, and can we do that as a municipality to try to incentivize people to use land in a particular way as opposed to.
I even had it suggested to me, the opposite end is not incentivizing the producer because they're there and small, but it's incentivizing getting it into local stores somehow, right? Like incentivizing getting it to market in the community, incentivizing that, because they're already doing the thing. It helps them more to sell their product than it does to incentivize on the front end, on the back end. So, but that's more of an economic development issue, but it's also where the two come together. We've got to find a way to word the agricultural section so that it meets the economic development section as well.
Do you think we can table the rest of any other conversation on that and move on to the flood resiliency? Thanks. I don't know how to do this diplomatically anymore.
Just look at the clock.
I don't know if I'm, I don't, you just keep looking at the clock.
Vicky, here's the expert.
So Vicky, do you want to do an intro to the flood resilience?
Sure, so I just at first, it's a very rough draft. I really wanted to hear more from this conversation, hear what your questions were before. I spent a lot of time making this beautiful looking or lots of, charts and all that kind of stuff. It's still very much so a work in progress. I looked online, there aren't that many town plans that have been approved since the flooding, the July flooding, so I was really curious to see what other people have done since that event. And a lot of the town plans, that have been recently approved, they don't really reflect that information. It's also recent. I also want to point out that our, floodplain ordinance in our river corridor, I think we're one of like 3 or 4 towns in the state of Vermont that has adopted the river corridor ordinance. So I also just want to reiterate, like the things that actually you can use to, regulate construction and development in the floodplain. we have a really strong set of ordinances and laws on our side. And also, I think in the last flood, it was mostly, road infrastructure, the dams, that it wasn't necessarily homes that were significantly damaged. So and I also have a background with FEMA and NFIP and the map making, that's why I volunteered to do this, but, so I feel like when my thoughts with this is, it's really long. Most town plans are not this long. Most of their flood sections are a couple paragraphs, or maybe like 3 or 4 pages, and that includes large photos. So ours is longer, but that's okay. So I'm just pointing out, we can definitely cut back a lot, but I think the most important parts, in my opinion, for this are making sure that it enables us to be eligible for whatever funding for, dams, like, rehabilitating dams or removing dams, and road construction, getting funding to improve our roads, culvert sizes, whatever we need to do. So I think those are my 2 thoughts for where I'd like this to go. I feel like we have so few people with flood insurance in the town, and the whole flood insurance program is like rapidly changing at the moment. So that's very, like, if I write this in 8 years, the whole flood insurance program is gonna be different anyway, it won't matter. And I guess like those are my priorities, that I feel from my, I guess, personal experience, but I'm just here open to answer questions, and that's the background of the current status of it.
I wonder if we could, again, I think it's a valid point. I do part of what we want to be doing through this process is making these documents accessible. And if they don't seem accessible when they're, so long, certainly for the people who don't read good. And so, I wonder if this might be like a good opportunity to dedicate some of this historical information to a section of the website and then have it linked to in the document, so that that becomes the record of flooding events and the quantitative information without having to use up town plan space. And then maybe that affords more room for talking about the things about like road maintenance that we want to make sure that we're staying ahead of. And it just gives us a little bit more space, I think, to list what our priorities are going to be, or again, like action items. I'm trying not to use the same words over and over again, but I think some of that information is like historical information, especially with like the 2023 flooding is impactful with the 1.7 million. There may be like some sort of balance that needs to be struck on what stays in and what stays out, but I think it'd be helpful just to have something that is linked to the town website, and then maybe doesn't kind of have to get reviewed and regurgitated every time we look at this, or not every time, but on the occasions that we look at it.
I think it's a good idea. There's a lot of great information.
It's awesome information, and it'd be nice to have it somewhere. Yeah.
These are my only concerns with the financial history. I don't know, I haven't lived here that long, but I don't know, how this section of the town plan helps with getting, money from the state and whatnot. And if they need to know those figures from the past, like historically flooding has caused this many millions of dollars in damage in Calais, if that's something they need to have in the town plan. So we can, I don't know exactly, that's my only reason for keeping that in and making sure it was there. But the other thing is that I also forgot to mention is we have our hazard mitigation plan, which is, the federal FEMA requirement, and almost all of this information is also in there. So, this is just kind of combining what's in the hazard mitigation plan, what's in our ordinance, and I guess, maybe some of our goals. That's kind of what the section is, but it's all, I think, in my opinion, stated elsewhere in, in my opinion, more official documents in some ways.
So I guess I'd say there again, I think that maybe that's our opportunity to link specifically to those. And what we're saying in these sections is we will have a hazard mitigation plan and have a link specifically to that, because we do have that resource that exists, and we will keep record of the impacts and costs associated with flooding events, because we have to. And frankly, we're one of the communities that's pretty good at it.
I think we do really well. I don't know. I also work with a lot of I work all over the country with this, so I think we're really good, but I don't know.
Wow, can we quote you on that?
I think.
People would agree with me.
Yeah.
You don't agree.
So I think what you're suggesting is we can sort of refer in the plan, we're talking about the town plan, to all these other places where we've done all this work.
Yes.
And then the town plan has our goals, our
You're right.
mitigate risks, and here's our action steps, and here's our stormwater management, and here's our action steps for stuff you have at the end of the document.
Yeah, the other one is the Curtis Pond Emergency Action Plan. You know, like, and I did my best to reference a lot. But before I just started deleting a lot of things, I also just wanted to hear everyone's opinion.
No, I heard gas from either, whichever. Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't gas, but this one.
No, just moments that, yeah, sorry.
I agree with your sort of prioritization of dams and roads, just it's inevitably what we're gonna prioritize, and with dams, I think we need to be thinking down the road, you know, it's great that we're taking care of Curtis, but basically we should have a plan for every single dam in town. You know, hopefully next will be the decommissioning or the
Moscow.
removal of Moscow Woods, but all of them within, I don't know, a couple decades, I would think need to be addressed. And on the roads, I think one strategy that we're going to start to adopt, I mean, I think we already have, but getting even more proactive about getting ready for the next flood. So when they hit, we know what size culvert is appropriate for that damaged road segment so that we can have FEMA pay for it. And I think, you know, you have to have preparation in place in order to do that. And we're seeing that, if you're ready, I think you can put that resource to good use. It actually can be pretty beneficial. And the third thing I was gonna mention, if you're looking for something innovative, I just had a very interesting conversation with a newly returned to Calais resident, Trey Martin. He lives on.
I bought his house.
Oh. So he seems to be very in touch with what a lot of people are thinking about at the state level of how do we mitigate flooding down in the valleys, down lower. You start in the uplands in places like Calais, and how do you spread the water so that it's not so concentrated by the time it hits the Kingsbury and the Winooski. And so, you know, I don't know that much about it, but he certainly does, and he seems pretty excited about it. And he was indicating that there'll be resources available for places like Calais that are willing to at least try some innovative approaches to creating, like engineering little
Like
mini
creating
floodplains.
wetlands basically is what it is. Now I'm laughing because I think on our property, we have a wetland area and then I think his kids and him dug like a trench to make the stream faster. And that's okay, right? But it was harmless. I'm just laughing. It was very small area.
Carly, are we doing anything differently with our roads now? Because of the floods, are we engineering those in any different way now? Or should we be
We're
thinking
upgrading culverts mainly.
other than
and-
culverts? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
that's,
wondered, we're not
that's,
constructing the roads differently, ditching more maybe?
well, ditching is certainly, so if you're seeing like where you live.
no big difference.
Marshfield, East Hill, those ditches, which are being paid for by the state through the grant and aid program, they are much deeper, they're lined with stone, this is what the state expects now.
So should that be part of the plan too, that we're gonna do more of that kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so. I mean.
Yeah.
And again, I would
want to take a look at the road standards.
Yeah, well, sure. One conversation at a time.
Are the road standards, I think when I looked at the state website, they're from 2014.
They were readopted in 2014, so the road standards that we have are a modified road standard that were adopted in 2015 after some an organization of community members who gave input in kind of forming and adopting a modified road standard, and that was initially sent to the state for review and approval essentially. And So we've made incremental changes to it, but it's a topic with a lot of history in the town.
So I was a little hesitant to put a lot about.
Well, so that's, I think what we should do, and to Kari's point and Ann's point, I think, is to keep the language in the plan about, a commitment to in investigating infrastructure management practices that help mitigate the risk of flooding and sediment displacement, et cetera, and not through the use of or adoption of road standards. I mean, the state has an obligation to have road standards, whether you adopt the state's or your own as a community. And that's what makes you eligible for the grants that largely support the budgets for our roads. So I think if we keep the language more generic without getting into the specific actions that we're going to do, because those are the things that change and evolve as conditions do. The other thing that I just did a Control F, and I didn't see the phrase climate change anywhere in there. I wonder if we should at least acknowledge that in what are the flood risks as we define how we got here.
That's a good point. I think that totally went by me for a minute, depending on the administration of my work for FEMA, we either talk about it or we don't. So I'll make sure to add that. Good point.
I think it's fair to say that most people in Calais are going to be strongly in favor of having that language in there.
I think that's what happens on that, is we all just kind of just
assume
that that's the
Right,
problem.
we know.
Right, I mean, but we do need to mention it, because if we don't, then.
I think they call it signaling, is what that is. Virtue signaling. Yep, sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, just a quick note on the local hazard mitigation plan. The last edition of that was from 2021. It's updated every 5 years, and so we are updating it for 2026. And so it'd be great to get any additional information that's been compiled. If we want to move some of that into the local hazard mitigation plan, we can, but just to note that it's not a document that's updated every year. And so as we have more events, just thinking about where we're going to archive this information in the intermediate 5-year spans, that we update the hazard mitigation plan.
Yeah.
Just wanted to throw that information out there.
Scott.
Does FEMA have ongoing programs for hazard mitigation? I sort of remember, would it make sense for us to try to tap into some of that expertise and funding?
So that is the goal for everyone. It's a really complicated process to apply for those grants. I feel like we look at them really, no, I mean, they're up there. We looked at them, I think, there's there's a bunch of them. But I guess the town can apply, so what it would be is that you apply to the state.
The state officer.
Yeah, that's how you would go through that. You could get guidance from FEMA, but generally FEMA goes to the state and then you get guidance from the state. And that's how you apply. And then I don't know how much money they've released yet for 2025. There's documents you can see it all and everything, but they have to do a benefit cost analysis. There are a lot of things that you have to do and be eligible for, but we definitely could look into that, and that will definitely be in here. But that's also what the hazard mitigation plan is for, and it's required if we participate in the flood insurance program. We have to have it updated, and they look at that plan when we apply for these grants and use that to see if we can, win the money or not.
Good start.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a policy on, it doesn't matter, FEMA, it doesn't matter. I'm just thinking about turnover, how do we make it, if we have turnover within the organization, if somebody was stepping into the role and an event happens, as part of our hazard mitigation, what is our FEMA action plan? We have a Toby and we have a road crew that has muscle memory.
Yeah, and that's also in the local emergency management. So there's two different documents. One that's updated more frequently. I forget what the acronym plans are, the elevation.
So, yeah, Barbara, sorry.
Yeah, fine. I don't have a question. I have a suggestion for Vicky. Hey, Vicky. Hi. I heard you saying that you were not being able to find other towns that have updated their plans since last year's flooding. Makes perfectly good sense. I'm wondering about the towns that have updated their plans since Tropical Storm Irene came through. And I'm thinking specifically of Stockbridge, down a town between Bethel and Rutland that was just devastated after Irene, I think from the White River. And I bet they have updated their town plan since Irene came through, as well as other towns. So maybe check with them and see how they updated their flood resiliency after Irene.
I looked at Waterbury's, which was done since I did
Yes,
too,
yeah.
but again, theirs was not, they didn't have a flood section, it was just kind of interspersed throughout the whole plan. So everyone does it a little differently,
Yeah.
but,
Northfield.
I'll get Northfield would be a good one. I know they got actually a buyout from FEMA, so that would be a good one. So I have looked at, I'm just saying, letting you know, I've looked at a bunch, and I don't know anything about Southern Vermont.
I think
so that's a suggestion.
Stockbridge would be more like Calais with more dirt roads than Waterbury has.
I guess the other things that are ones here, for work, I teach classes on how to be floodplain managers for towns, so I'm offering to do that for Calais if we wanted, or for people who are interested. But it's like from a very high level federal look at things, and one of the things in here is about the letter of map change process application, which I don't think many people apply for in Calais in general, but they reference like the actual paper applications and having them, which is great, but I know that they're faster and the fees are less expensive if you do it online. So I was willing to show you like the bookmarks and everything, so you could guide people through that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that either with myself or with Tegan. Thank you.
I think that's good. I don't have anything more.
Thanks.
I don't think, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, this is really important.
Talk about the end stages here of adopting the town plan.
So one thing I will say is that a little bit of conversation that you're having tonight is the conversation that we keep having, which is the size of the document, right? And that many town plans are not as long as ours.
I
And
would
we,
say all of them, almost, I don't think I've ever seen one as long as
no,
ours.
and so we've had some healthy debate on
There's a rich history of that in Calais.
the discussion of what is required by statute. And then what will they look at when they reference the town plan? And then, so like, when I say they, like the state, or what is someone gonna look at when they then reference back to the town plan? We have had discussions about the same thing, pulling things out and putting them as more anecdotal historical information into the website in some way, or into an appendix of some type. We still haven't landed on the best way to do that. I mean, it's going to be probably close to, I'd say 100.
It'll be 100.
100 pages.
What?
Oof.
No pictures.
And that's without.
No pictures.
So that, I mean.
10-point font.
We appreciate all the work. What it needs is, a clear chunk in the beginning. Here's our policy, here's our goal,
Correct.
here's our,
So yes, we know one, that there won't be tables in there with responsible parties and dates, and that does not exist. They're just still there because we're just working on the wording,
Okay.
right? That won't be there. It'll be bullet points of a few things, right? A few strong points of things. We don't feel it's planning commission's duty to make jobs for other committees and to say you have to do this by June of 27, like
I think
that's
that's
not our.
technically the select board's job.
Yeah, that's what I mean, it's not our job to do that.
Mhm.
And so it's bullet points that go toward the goals, right? So that's one, we're still working on that, but another idea we've had is that there could be the long, detailed plan, which is official, and then a short, public-facing version that then people could, if they wanted to, they could reference the whole thing. But here's a agriculture page, these things.
I wonder, I mean, if that, so the requirement for town plan is a statutory requirement for all of your other land use regulations to be.
Right, so have the official one that's everything that it needs to have, and then we're willing to then work to create one that is just
But
a reader-friendly version.
I think what I was gonna say is that we may not need to have a long plan. So I think the question would be to go back to, because that, even if we adopt it as a select board and it gets voted on by the community, it still has to, or no, actually, after we adopt it, before it gets voted on, it has to get, CVRPC to get approved. So it may be worth talking to them about the methodology of having a linking type situation. It's just like, here, this is what we want to do for each one of these segments. We're going to give this is why it's important, and these are the action items that we're going to commit to, and these are the resources that we have available. Is it adequate to say that these are the resources that we have available, and here's where you can find them?
Right.
Without putting that in the town plan to further burden the document itself, and see if that is something that they would approve before we commit to it. But I mean, that would be, if they said yes, that would be, I would think, incredibly liberating.
I would feel wonderful about that.
And that would help really
Can I
make
ask
that
what you
pretty
mean by
concise.
linking exactly?
By like having hyperlinks in there, and then I think like right now.
That's my problem with that, is the pages go away.
Right.
Page not found, happens all the time.
Right.
We almost need to have a link within our own server that you took out and stored,
We did talk about
you
that.
know?
And I wonder if it could be both, so like if we have the link in there, and then also, like, right now, there are a few annotations and footnotes in here that have like an asterisk next to it that says, you know, such and such document, and maybe a date that it was adopted. I mean, those, if we call those things what they are, we have physical records of those in the town office, so people can go and find those. So if we're maintaining a centralized repository, we have a server, we can likely partition it and have those things be permanent. So it's not just a link, hey, go to this place on the town website, and then in 2 years, we update the town website and that link's gone. If we're linking to resources like that as a community from our planning documents, that those need to go be linked to a secure server that can be, you know, pulled from that don't change. And I'm not a doctor, so I don't know if the tech consultants would approve of that, but theoretically, it sounds like something that would be prudent.
I also wonder if there's a world in which it sort of opens with, say, 1 page each about each of the sections. So maybe the first 10 or 12 pages is more synopsis that could even be printed on its own, right? And then the deeper detail on each section.
Yeah, we've talked about.
Next.
Yeah, we talked about what you do is the short form of it, with the synopsis, the detail that you need to have, you know, the overarching vision, goals, which if it's an online document could be linked to something.
Right.
But if it's printed, it's an appendices. Right, and then it's not
For
the
more
whole
details,
read it
like,
thing,
too.
the whole read it thing. I haven't even gone home today. The whole.
We've got a great elementary school that we can use, we can send you to.
That would help. The part that most people would get into and read would be the short part. And those people that do want the detail and the real deep dive could go to it. But the accessible part to everyday resident could be that simple part. And we've talked about that as well.
And you could even print versions of just the simple parts.
Yes.
You know, to have available widely.
There's a piece though that I really don't want you to forget,
Please.
which is, that the DRB sometimes looks at the town plan to
Yes.
inform a regulation that's
Correct.
fuzzy.
Which is where we've gone back and forth with this, how
Yeah.
much is appropriate and
Yeah.
where and how Because a 100-page document without pictures is a long document,
This one is 176 pages.
but that's got maps and things in it. Ours doesn't yet.
Actually,
And I mean, if you want me to be completely honest, I would argue that that's too much.
That's way.
That's way too much.
this is what you're replacing.
I know.
No, we're trying to. fit it
We're
down.
trying to take it down, because it should not be that. I mean, the example I give is when we were doing, and Kathy kind of took it over from me, the section of town services. And as we were talking about, the section talks about water sources, and at one point it goes into a page long about the East Calais Water District, the types of tests that it does, how often it does them, and how many people are requesting.
No, but.
That's a lot of information that's.
Often what you put in the vision statement is helpful to the DRB when it's trying to understand.
Correct, but I don't
So-
think detail like how many
No, I
tests or
agree.
something.
I am not
Necessarily,
disputing it,
yeah.
I'm just hoping you don't throw that piece out when you're.
No, I think that's the only piece that should be there, the visioning and the goals.
Yeah.
Don't worry, there's so much in the plan that, like, there's plenty of. Oh my gosh, there's like a lot that's just like a lot of detail that are in other, like I said, official documents, especially when it comes to the flood, that we're just repeating, and it's watering down the actual content that matters, so.
Yeah.
And there has been recognition from from CBRPC, did I get it right that time?
I think you did, yeah.
That the problem with maps and resources, a lot of effort goes into making those things, John's done a lot of the work to create our overlays for a period of time. We were creating our own, but those get either outdated or they're either more accurate or less accurate than the ones that the state have. And there's a huge push for continuity and flexibility. And that's where, I think any documents that we put in there that are going to be dated too quickly or subject to change. I can't imagine we're going to run into pushback and like linking to those or referring to those living somewhere else, so that we're not trying to weigh down the document with the pictures, even though those are the things that draw eyes to things. Yeah.
Somebody, I can stop.
Tegan posted a document, a comment.
That is raising her hand.
We'll go to Dot and then we'll read Keegan's. You're on mute, Dot. I just need you to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey, I'm here. Sorry,
Is that the longer the document, the more you invite ambiguity. And when I was on the DRB, there was a lot of ambiguity within those, within the town plan. So to simplify it, solidify it, make it clear so that whoever reads it will stick with it and understand it, and it'll be consistent. That's important.
Thanks, Dot. Yeah, and Tegan. Okay.
Well, for the website, it could be on it.
Oh, I see, gotcha.
Can you read it? Some of us can't see it.
I think if we put these on a town plan page, it would be easier to make sure that the documents were not moved, deleted, or accidentally. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's the way that you can, instead of putting it to a web page, it's stored as PDFs.
Right.
And then if you go and redo the web page, you're not losing the page, it's stored somewhere.
So,
and it's just when you go to need it, it just pulls it.
Right.
As opposed to being on a page, so that can be done as well.
Can we just talk about the timeline?
Yes.
For a minute? So what, do you have a date in mind of when this plan needs to be adopted?
So it needs to be adopted technically by the end of 2024.
Oh.
That's very soon.
It's very soon. I think we could make it. The question would be now is, how much time could we actually spend cutting it down? Because there's concern that there was so much, and as we redrafted, we left a lot, to go through and actually take out could actually take more time. Because then it's deciding what should stay and what shouldn't stay. And
That's part of it. I don't know if there's a consensus on
And I
from
don't
the
think
planning
there is.
commission that that's the way they want to go. I think at this point, we need to just sort of push it together and get it to CBRPC to get their comments, and then, or I don't actually, what's the next step for you guys first, and then?
So the next thing that we need to do is we need to have a final public meeting
A hearing, yeah.
a hearing on the plan itself. And once that was done, then we as the planning commission vote to approve that. And then we bring that to the select board, who then in turn would
Have a hearing.
have a hearing and then approve or not approve of that. And then that goes from there. They just said this for a long
Actually,
time.
so
It goes
according-
then from there to CVRPC for approval.
According to the Regional Planning Commission's document, they don't have to approve it. We have to send it to them.
Correct.
And so we have to send it to like the director or something.
Correct, there's.
You can request that they comment on it
Correct.
and they have
Without
to if
approval.
you ask that.
Right.
And then you can incorporate their feedback or not. But I think in terms of decision making, you're making a recommendation to the select board who's going to adopt it based on at least 2 hearings, one at your level.
Our hearing and your hearing. Are you saying that that request to them is prior to the votes here, or we need to do that? And then-
Either group can do it. The
Okay.
planning commission can request feedback from the planning commission or.
You can,
Or-
select board.
But
can.
that's after we adopt.
No, I think
We
it's,
can do that at any point.
because
It's at
they
any point.
incorporate that change, in their recommendations.
Yeah.
So do you have a hearing scheduled?
We do not.
Are you thinking November? Is that
The
possible?
last date in November.
That doesn't give us much time if we've
We'll
got
give
it
you the month.
at the end of budget season. right?
Correct.
Thanks. Wow.
Can we get an extension?
We can. We can ask for one, yeah.
Good idea.
They basically just approve your current plan. From what I understand.
Oh.
They just extend your current plan until you have that. So we can't do that. We can ask for that, yes.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, we can adopt a plan at any point.
That, yeah, I
And
mean, I'm sure.
we can adopt a new plan,
I'm sure
you know,
they would be
a
that
modification.
open-ended, right, like, they would give us an extension for, 90 days or whatever.
Yeah.
It would be my assumption, but.
Right, because it looks like there's notifications that have to happen at least 30 days
Correct.
before the public hearing.
Correct.
And then,
So we're actually.
does this saying the planning commission and the select board each have to hold a public hearing?
Correct. We hold
And
one.
each have
I think we're getting
notification
extension.
period.
Yeah.
But I think we're getting-
Right. Yeah,
We aim to have public hearings in January 2025. Perhaps
Like
like,
February.
yeah, I mean,
No.
if we, as long as the extension happens, I think with the holidays coming up, there's no way people will even be around to attend the meeting. In my opinion, that might be something we want to tell CVRPC with the holidays and everything. But, the content is there, it's really a matter of cleaning it up and getting it together and getting these meetings and scheduling them.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a gross oversimplification, but do you think that, rather than making the decision to cut things, right off, like while asking for an extension, just to adopt, re-adopt for a period of time while we're continuing to update,
Right.
we can have a, draft of the modified one, in its full form without any of these cuts, but just block highlight,
Yes.
some of the things that were okay, as soon as we stand up a resource as a repository,
Correct.
these are the things that we should be moving. And then that would make I think that would make it a lot more efficient when we, after the end of the year, whenever we decide to start holding hearings. We could start forming a dialogue within the community around that kind of structure and
It's still
approach.
gonna be tight.
Yeah.
But you can try.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll look at the extension, the readoption of the current plan for a period of time, so that we can do the things that we need to do.
and it seems like it'd be worth sitting with this document and say, we pick an arbitrary, we will have a goal of adoption by February 20th. Right, and then, okay, if that's gonna be this date, let's go back the 15 days and then
Right,
sort of
pick a
do
date
the
in
back
the future
down
and go backward.
timeline to set
Okay,
timelines throughout to match that.
So we can pick a future date and then
Work backwards.
work backward to
Have
however.
deadlines for each warning for each meeting hearing.
Does the select board wanna set that date?
Cause you can.
Well, do we want CVPRCP?
CVRPC.
I know, I'm just reading it and it's wrong, so.
Spoiled. You know what? That's what they get. You know.
We want the regional planning commission's input before we act. I would think that might be a plus, right? And because that adds more time.
It would add, that would be my only thing, it would add more time to the process, but it might be valuable feedback.
Like, tell them we want an extension so we can hear their input.
I like that. I like that.
You know, yeah, we're considering major structural changes to our technical plan that make the document more accessible, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we need more time. I would challenge the planning commission to maybe try to have a draft of like the fully edited text version without the photos
We're already
by the end of the year with those like blocks. Like, these are the things that we're thinking about, like pulling out as links to other segments of the website. And you know, maybe that's the thing that goes to CVRPC, say like, listen, this is a big shift in how we're trying to present this information.
So this is stuff we might not
Yeah.
want in there. Is this, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
And so, you know, that timeline is then the end of the year. I think that would put us in good position to potentially think about an expedited timeline for holding hearings, et cetera, if we try to do that in the first quarter, or, you know, end of the first quarter, and then after the holiday. But in the meantime, we should absolutely say that this is our rationale for trying to get an extension, an
And
extension.
from what I understand, we are not in few company there to ask for extensions.
And that extension doesn't require a
From
formal
what I understand,
document.
including the CVRPC themselves.
I think
They had to extend their plan because they couldn't get it.
They sure did, yeah, I do
So,
remember seeing
I
that.
think I think it's not uncommon that once you get into it, you're chipping away and it's taking longer than it needs to. So the first quarter of 2025. The only thing I would say is we need to time that. You don't want it necessarily around town meeting, like where it feels like it's supposed to be part of town meeting.
Yeah,
Right, like,
I absolutely agree.
because it's not something that it has to be approved at town meeting, but if it's around that time, it's gonna feel like, well, are we voting on this today too? So we have to time that, whether it's before or after, we've gotta time that.
May 1st.
I would also think about May 1st. Oh, I was gonna say, do it earlier.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
The
thinking,
goal would be to get it done, but I don't know how long.
knowing like what the scope of work is for the DRB and what they have to consider, you know, I think it's important to try to get it buttoned up before the construction season starts, because the DRB is gonna start looking at certain applications and conditional use applications, you know, in May-ish. But anyway,
We'll work on it, Dave.
work on it. Yeah, I'm trying.
We'll work on it.
And
We have a special meeting tomorrow, so
okay.
we'll talk about all this. My goal then will be to come out of this meeting tomorrow with a plan.
Sounds good.
Dates that here's what we're gonna do.
Great, thank you, Jared, thank you. So we have next up is the repositioning of the town hall generator. And there is a proposal that was sent in with a drawing provided from the design review board and the DRB. DAB, yeah. I'm sorry, Design Advisory Board. And some input from the Emergency Management Committee. And has everybody had a chance to review those? So we're looking at a proposed move that involves moving the generator instead of in front of where the propane tanks are currently located. It would be back and to the left right now. That would also be a drop down in elevation slightly, but as represented on the map, that is still out of the floodplain, so it's close. And that's where we're at. So thank you, John, for making that map, and thanks to the Design Advisory Board for staying on top of this and coming up with a proposal. And the emergency management, Jake, are you here to kind of speak to that particular item, or Nick is on Zoom?
Yeah, Nick wrote the letter, but we all approved it as a committee.
Okay. So, yeah, Nick, do you want to summarize those inputs for the community
Yes.
members?
It's pretty simple, really. It was based on a concern about the fact that the generator would be moving a little closer to the flood hazard zone, a little closer to the stream, in a location which is vulnerable because it being at the confluence of two streams, Duggar Brook and Pekin Brook. And most people hold the opinion that with climate change advancing, the vulnerability of the lower end of Kent Hill Road will be increasing and probably not holding steady. And so that's what it comes down to. The committee totally recognized that historical and aesthetic values are important to the placement of the generator. And our recommendation does not adjust those because it's not part of our mandate or expertise. Jake, feel free to jump in on that.
Nick, I have a question. Is there the potential for just raising it higher? I don't know, by building cement up or putting legs under it or something?
You have to use stilts. That's what FEMA recommends for, they have, I believe me, I did this, like, it's,
Screw piles.
no, I know, they, you don't want to use cement because the water can't go through freely, it's a whole thing, and they get mad, but, if you do stilts, it's raising the, like, facilities that power building, and it's like actually like a federal requirement for certain things.
I think John could elaborate, but the purpose of the DAB proposal is to get it out of view as much as possible, and so raising it up would defeat that purpose. Is that accurate, John?
It is.
That's too bad.
I don't know that that's well, so here I'm going to test this rationale. Right now we have a flood hazard overlay that puts it outside of the hazard zone. And if we were to put it there in the interim and the flood hazard zone changes after we've made that change, it would likely be grandfathered as a covered item if we had to replace it and it was damaged by a flood in the future. Right? No? No. If we willfully put it next to the river, even though it's outside.
Well, they are working on new maps, that's gonna be a very long time until they get new flood maps, but, I mean, so you're saying like, because it's not like you're saying we keep it out, but then it's mapped in, then it's grandfathered outside, or are you saying the opposite for, I got a little confused there with
The proposal is to put it right at, almost at the edge of the floodplain, but it's not in the floodplain.
It's
What happens?
16 feet from the boundary of the floodplain.
Yeah.
Currently, it's 30 feet from that boundary.
You know what you could do? You could, like get a surveyor or someone to say it's at this elevation, and then the floodplain, you know, the flood elevation is at this elevation, so it would theoretically be out, because when it's that close, FEMA doesn't really build on the adhere of caution.
Right.
And so then by having the actual elevation, they can't argue with that, it's like a letter of mapping before the generator. Okay.
I think from the emergency management perspective, we're also not just approaching it from what if the generator gets damaged during a flood. It's the prudence of putting it in closer to harm's way when it is a real a utility for being able to provide power and heat for this building, which is a emergency
Which is
management
an
asset.
emergency shelter.
Yeah, but I guess I would say that if we are seeing a flood event that then puts into jeopardy that this would not be an adequate emergency shelter anyway. So it seems like it's almost a moot point. I don't think that they're at that elevation, anywhere we would put it around the building, it would be likely a lost asset or at risk,
Would
so.
you elevate it on the building, like?
It's too big to put it
Yeah.
on top of the building.
What we're saying though, it's gonna be, this place is gonna be an island anyway. We get that much water, who's gonna be coming down here?
Well, we're not talking about for that specific event, we're just talking about where we would, the risk of losing that strategic asset when, for the next emergency event, that's our opinion, is to not put it closer to harm's way.
Well, the next one you buy is gonna be a lot better and a lot cheaper. Don't worry. We haven't heard from the historic preservation aspect of this.
Well, except that there are several historic preservation committee members who are on the design advisory board, so we kind of have.
But not this evening.
Not this evening. Bill, I think, or John, would you like to speak to? John, are you on the design advisory? Okay, right, thanks. Would either of you like to speak to that? The proposal?
Is there screening involved in the proposal?
Yes.
And moving it where we're putting it, where we're proposing allows plantings, or we couldn't put any plantings now, they'd be in the drive down to the back.
It's too close to the building as it is now. If you're trying to plow through there, if you had to, you might hit the generator. It's really close to the building.
Yeah, that's a major concern. The proposal sounds good to me.
The distance between the current location, of the generator, and the corner of the porch is approximately 18 feet. And there are vehicles driving back there on a regular basis currently.
I hear that, Nick, but it's not a ton of space, and that's the only auxiliary parking space that we've got on the building.
I guess the question is, if the purpose is to be able to plant some vegetation as a screen, a visual screen from the parking lot, then even if it is pushed back, it could also go up as long as that vegetation that's planted where the current generator is obstructing the view of the generator for historic preservation visual aesthetic.
That's certainly my sense, Jake, is that like the big gain here is I think that we've gotten some pretty specific feedback in a proposal from the design advisory committee that is plantings. And, I think the other advantage here is that it's close proximity to where it currently is. So the modification of power, et cetera, is going to be more affordable. And frankly, it sounds like we're going to have to put it on screw piers or helical piles, which are going to go in faster and probably cheaper than concrete pads. So, if we can make the accommodation for vegetation, that we can find a form of vegetation that'll accommodate the increased elevation, to help kind of mitigate the risks of placement.
We're anticipating using the same precast pad it's on now.
Yeah.
There's no connection to the ground. It's on a gravel base.
Could the plantings be moved up sort of more along the driveway?
They would be up.
And then the generator, instead of sort of that far down over the hill,
Yes.
could it be moved up closer to the plantings, sort of on line with the concrete blocks, which is a little bit higher elevation? Would that?
I think we could get those concrete blocks right there, the 3x4s, waste blocks. So
Yeah.
I don't see why we wouldn't be able to infill back there to elevate the ground and then put the pad on top of whatever the structural fill is. Even if we weren't going to use the screw piles. But I think either way, we probably need to adopt whatever the securing strategy or mounting strategy is gonna be acceptable to FEMA.
So this one here dated October 27th
Mhm.
shows roughly 5 feet between the proposed location of the generator and the edge of the drive. So we could put some plants in there. But yeah. But I don't know how much do you want to move the generator? You're talking about moving the generator a little more this way, away from the floodplain, because we're talking about 12 inches.
No, I'm talking about, I'm saying that we move it to where it's been identified as a good location to accommodate the screening there, and then elevating it, either with fill and then reusing the precast, or putting in 4 screw piles and then putting it on top of the
So
screw
is that the
piles.
same elevation it is now?
Correct.
Okay, we'd have to use something like screw piles, so.
Yeah,
I think he's just saying it would be extra helpful, because there's water could flow underneath.
yeah, right.
I'd say the fill would, if FEMA was to ever do like an audit, that would be very bad.
Yeah.
But, like that makes them freak out, but, yeah, I'd say trying to get on like a, sort of like a beach house is the best way to do it, but I don't actually know where this is. Is it the offices over there?
It's right-
Or is it
Yeah,
right here?
Might be a little difficult to service, so.
If it's on screw piles?
To get up. Well, yeah, but it's gonna, at the bottom of the generator is gonna be roughly 5 feet above grade.
Yeah,
If you raise it.
but
You're talking about raising the generator up, so that is at the current level it is right now, but putting it.
I'm just gonna put it about
Proposed,
3 feet in the air.
it's gonna be on a 5-foot metal base.
It's currently sitting on a 4-foot angle iron base on top, which is on top of the cast concrete pad.
Which is,
Not 4 feet, it's more like.
No, it's
2
30
feet.
inches.
it's like, yeah, 30 inches, which is, has more to do with access for snow, I would imagine, than anything else, right? That's generally why they put them up there, so. That would essentially be doing the same thing.
Just another comment I wanted to throw in while we're talking about the placement and so forth, that one propane tank does serve as both the supply for the heat for this building and for that generator.
Mhm.
And then there's also the possibility that, you know, if we want to actually be more resilient, to actually having more propane capacity, that is something that might want to be considered as, you know, part of the project to add another propane tank down there. But it's just something that I wanted to put out while we're talking about reconfiguring everything, because I don't, we should do some calculations, I think, on how much heating and, you know, full load or even partial load generator running capability that we have, you know, for that propane tank to consider, you know, is it something that we do want to expand? But just having the flexibility, I think, in the future is something that would be wise to at least think about in that plan.
Thanks, Jake. So I'd like to kind of table the rest of this dialogue. I think this is a good presentation of what the option is that would be agreeable for the design advisory board. We'd still need to come up with a budget for doing it and figure out procurement and timelines, et cetera. So I think there's still more dialogue to be had. But we've got the feedback that I think we need for now to think about what next steps would be, and we'll schedule a time to do it. I mean, we're going to be talking about budgets for the next couple of weeks, so I don't have a specific timeline for it, but it's been raised and noted. Is that fair for everyone for now? I'd like to move on to the fiscal year 28-26 budgets. And thanks, John and Jake and Nick for taking all those things into consideration. So first up, we have the Kellogg Hubbard Library, and apologies for the marathon that we're going through. board. Hi, I'm Dan Broberg. I'm the executive director of the Calais Covered Library, and Barbara's telling me to come up here. So I have a few copies of our most recent annual report. Here, circulate. I'm not ready.
Okay, that's fine, thank
but
you.
circulate them, and if anyone wants
Here, that's
to
fine.
hang on to them, we'll
Thank you.
try and keep our comments brief since I know you've been here a while already. I'm joined by Jeff Dean, who's our vice president on our board and our representative from Calais on our board. Yeah, so we're requesting $34,881 for the fiscal year 26. We try and project as accurately as we can our budget long in advance of it going into effect. We're on a July 1 calendar fiscal year as you are. That's represents about a $1,661 or 5% increase over our request from last year. And just a quick correction, that's a $1 per increase, not $2, as is indicated on here. We're the public nonprofit library serving 6 towns in central Vermont: Berlin, Calais, East Montpelier, Middlesex, Montpelier, and Worcester. We have easily more than 100,000 visitors to our building every year. We're the second busiest library in Vermont by circulation and by visitors. And our overall budget is around $1.1 million. In addition to obviously books and all the materials we have in the library, we make digital resources available as well. So ebooks and streaming videos, magazines, all of that. And programming and outreach. We bring books to Adamant Co-op and to Maple Corner Store. We're doing a program at the Calais Elementary School tomorrow, actually, a preschool story time and a craft, and everyone who attends will be able to bring a book home with them for free. So we really make an effort to come out and serve all the town as much as we can. Our increase is primarily related to health insurance costs, which I'm sure you're all dealing with as well. So, we have Blue Cross 23% increase for next year. So we're doing our best to manage that by, being really trim on the administrative side. And but it's, benefit costs are really where that increase comes from. Want to talk about how you use the library? Jeff?
Yeah, sure. So I've been on the library board for almost 2 years now. I live in Maple Corner with my wife and 2 children. My boys make use of the library sometimes on the weekends, sometimes after school. I grew up in Middlesex going to the library after school. I went to U32 and my mom would pick me up there. So it's really been nice to see, not only my kids, but lots of other kids making use of this resource as a place to go after school. And I sometimes go into town myself to work there. In fact, this week on Thursday, I'll be working at the library. I see other people making use of the library that way, using the internet, computer resources and what have you. And I know the library is planning on having some furnished meeting rooms to increase the use of that kind of thing. So yeah, it's been a resource for me in my life since I was a kid, and very pleased to be using it now with my children as well.
I'll just say, just in the past week, in the coming week, on Saturday, we hosted Drag Queen Story Time. We had about 80 people in attendance. We had a haunted house in the evening. We had 200 people in attendance for that. These are all free programs we do. We're having the event tomorrow at the elementary school. We're doing a sign language story time on Thursday. We're doing a Diwali celebration. We really try and serve as broad a range of the community as we can with free programs. So community resource, Barbara left 2 boxes of COVID tests next to the door for me to bring to the library, on top of the more than 10,000 that we've distributed in the last 3 months at the library. So really try and be a resource center in every way conceivable. Happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
You said the second busiest library in the state?
Correct.
Busier than Rutland and Burlington?
Burlington.
And we're second? Wow.
Yeah, it looks like Chris.
And knowing what library expenses were last year, both operate, total costs of what they took in regards to what they actually spent. I think I read somewhere that you took in significantly more than you spent. Correct me if I'm wrong there. So I'm just wondering, where things are budget wise last year. What
Sure.
happened?
Yeah, so our fiscal year that ended June 30th of 2024. We did take in more than we expended, but it's related to the flood construction costs and the timing. So the revenue came in last year, but the expenses will be this year. We have about $2 million in flood expenses at the library, both sort of direct expenses and then the cost of making the building more resilient, which is required by the Montpelier building code. So moving all those mechanical systems out of the basement in a historic building is a complicated and expensive endeavor. So that's mostly a timing issue.
So I think it was like an extra 300,000, which is essentially what you took in from the surrounding communities. Is that correct? That's what the budget surplus was?
I don't have that number specifically in my head, but something to that order. It was significant, yeah.
So you asked communities for the money and then you ended up with all this extra money.
So that it's not profit, so to speak. It's money that's going to be spent this year. It's just a timing issue of when the money came in as opposed to when it's spent. And it's the accounting complicated by the fact that we have to capitalize expenses, so the revenue so it's a more complicated answer than that. But it's not that we took in extra money for our operations. It was extraordinary circumstances related to the flood damage.
Well, I mean, all the communities have had to deal with flooding. So, I mean, I guess, I just have a hard time looking at those numbers. And yeah, there's timing involved in all that. And all the communities have had to deal with flooding. And here you are asking for more money again, an increase. And I guess I just have a hard time with that.
Chris, I appreciate your concern in registering your concern. I want to kind of stop that short, I think, of without having a look at what the impacts are. I don't think we know what the costs are for the flooding expenses. I mean, there could be a loss on the other side of that. If they're seeing expenses generated expenses generated or coming due in a fiscal year that's different than the year that they received their reimbursements from FEMA, I imagine was most of the grant money was coming from. I mean, we're not in a dissimilar position as a town.
Yeah, I understand that. This is how it appears when like my neighbor, Jim, expressed the same concern because this is what's on paper. The library took in more money than they spent. And that's just, the optics of the situation. And I also hear that, FEMA doesn't pay quickly. There are all these expenses. I get that. I'm just registering my concern as a resident of Calais in regards to what I see.
Well, I appreciate that perspective. Are there any other comments or questions for the library folks? Yes, Craig.
I'm the previous Calais representative to the library, served for 9 years. And I think what Dan said is they're asking for a $1,600 increase over last year. Is that right?
$1,600 and 61, yeah.
Right, and so if you take that $1,600 and divide it by the approximately 1,600 residents of the town, that's $1 a piece. And for my money, that's money well spent.
Thank you, Craig.
Another way of looking at it was, I think your ask is 5% more than it was last year. We're gonna have to work very hard in Calais to get our budget down to 5%.
Yeah.
And medical insurance is a big driver.
Yeah, medical insurance is huge. I mean, that is, I would say as a community member, if I'm gonna be outraged about something, it's gonna be the 26 and 23% increases that we're seeing in insurance premiums that is making it untenable for these organizations and municipalities that run on, you know, razor thin budgets and are held accountable, you know, are accountable to the cost of living in their communities. So I commend you guys for working with what you got, and frankly, for being able to get reimbursement from FEMA. I mean, we as a.
It was, the last year was mostly the flood insurance, we had a $400.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Policy. We have not gotten that much.
Have you?
Okay.
No. So are you anticipating an increase in flood insurance premium as well? Have you already seen
Small
that?
increase, but we had private insurance
I see.
before, and the NFIP, they kicked us off, and the NFIP plan is similar in cost.
Okay.
Previously, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Do you have any update on the timing of the elevator repair?
It's been a very frustrating process. Our contractors, still waiting on parts. We signed a contract with the elevator company in October of last year, which was just because we had to make plans for where we were moving the machine room and all that. Still waiting on parts, still trying to get them to come. It's just, everyone in Montpelier is dealing with the same issue, unfortunately, and there's only so many technicians and parts to go around. There's a global supply chain issue with elevator parts, so the timing was not great. Yeah, but we're working really hard to try and get everything back in order.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. And,
Yeah, thanks for coming.
I appreciate you making the drive out here. And staying so late.
Your important work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Emergency Committee, Jake.
Yeah, so our fiscal year 2025 budget, first off, I just wanted to mention that I sent the link to Barbara, and there's 2 pages to that spreadsheet. One of them says old, and then it's the new. So I think by default, when you opened it, it might have gone to the old one, which is separated out by 2026 and everything. So I just want to make sure that you're looking at the right page on that. Because the reason why we have the old page is actually has links to what we're going to be spending our 2025 budget on. So for 2026, our budget request is $492.23. That is allocated to the actually getting a first aid kit and a trauma kit and some Narcan for the town hall, because there is no first aid kit in this building.
Oh.
It's getting for some headsets for the ham radio base stations to actually, if there's an event of emergency, being able to actually muffle out the ambient noise and actually being able to hear the radio operators better. Carbon monoxide detector that is going to be for the town hall, or if it can be, is it the battery powered one that just plugs in, because that was a concern of the fire marshal of running the generator and having a shelter that we don't have the carbon monoxide detector on site. And so that's just a small one. A smaller cable to make it a little bit more accessible to be able to use the radio. So it's an extension of the cable that is going to be mounted in the wall and grounded back there. So that way you don't have to operate the radio right in those back cabinets. And then also 3 hand crank weather radio flashlight charger units, one that will live at each shelter, so that way you can at least listen to if there's no other communication, you can listen to the emergency weather radio if you're at any of the shelter locations. We also had a few items on our wish list that I don't know if you want me to necessarily dive into those if you have any questions on those. that isn't actually part of our budget, but that was just ideas that we had that would be nice to have for the town and as strategic emergency management assets.
I mean, I think it's gonna be really, really hard to be adding wish list items on there, but I do think it's important to note them so we don't lose track of them. And as we find grant opportunities, maybe those are the things that we can apply
That was the
funding
purpose of
to.
putting them on there, was just to keep them in mind. If opportunities come around where for funding, or if it is, you keep it in mind for the select board in case that one of them is deemed to be of high enough importance to actually include into the budget.
Are there specific questions about the budget?
I mean, a couple of these things, you know, the stuff for the town hall, it seems like whether we put it in their budget or the town hall budget, it's stuff we should have here. The first aid kit, the carbon monoxide detector. I mean, it all seems like everything on the list seems worthwhile and.
It does.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nick, do you have any other items to address or comment?
No, I think Jake covered it pretty well.
Thank you. Kari?
So I was asked to restore reserve fund allocations to the 23 levels. So for emergency measures reserve fund, I just kept it at the current year's, which was the first year. We just created that fund as a town and put $1,000 into it this year. So I just assumed we were gonna do that again. Hopefully that meets the approval of the committee.
That was our plan, was upon recommendation of Vermont Emergency Management, was to, if the town could allocate $1,000 to that fund for 5 years and then hold it there, that would be a good base amount to have in that reserve fund. Yeah, depending on the constraints of the budget year by year.
And those reserve funds are largely used for just kind of emergency purchases in the event of, not generally for like infrastructure type purchases and that sort of thing, right? So
That's correct.
important
That's
to keep
the
that
event
kind of
of
baseline.
emergency,
Yeah.
to be able to reimburse for if we
Quickly,
need food
yeah,
for the shelter
yeah,
and during, and we need to put people up here or something.
$1,000.
Just to be clear, it's not a line item. This is money that doesn't go away unless it's
Right.
spent.
Unless it's spent, correct. Yeah, thank you, Nick. All right, well, thanks, Jake. I think we'll add that to the spreadsheet and then it'll be in there. And we'll try to keep everything as close as possible, you know, to the request. At this point, we're just trying to kind of field specific requests and then it'll be put into our spreadsheet basically, and we may need to nitpick quite a bit, but you know, thank you for the background context.
Do you have any questions? Feel free to reach out.
Yeah, appreciate it. Sorry, got distracted. The next group is the Planning Commission, is that right? Yes, Planning Commission.
Jared left.
Gone.
No money
I have no comment. I did not know this is, we were talking.
I thought he wrote to us and said they didn't need any money.
I don't think.
I think they wrote and said same as last year.
No increase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah.
Yeah.
Which was, just to remind people, it was $200 for education and training, $750 for general planning commission expenses. And then a reserve fund allocation.
Okay,
Go into the spreadsheet.
yeah. I'll go into the spreadsheet. Animal control. Do we have?
Buffy's not here. She also wrote a note, largely wants to keep things the same. She wanted to she has to bump the stipend up to an even $1,200, so it's $100 per month. And then have to refer back to the amendment. We got $500 for dog expenses and Humane Society and $200 for animal control expenses. I know she wanted to buy a harness or a piece of equipment that would help her with dogs.
That's dog equipment.
1,900 total, which is less than the 2,700 from last year.
Yeah.
Per year.
Okay.
That sounds fair to me. Can't argue with that. Thanks, Carly. And thank you, Buffy. Swim committee? Daniel?
Swim committee, yeah. I actually have sort of three requests. So request for, an increase appropriation to $4,000 this year. And then, given that we're replacing the dock this year, we also see authorization from the select board to use earnings from our endowment fund. And we also see authorization to, borrow money on a one-time basis from our endowment fund to do that.
The dogs.
For the dock.
Dock.
So how much is the endowment fund and how much is?
So the endowment fund is $5,000 and it's restricted in use, as far as I can tell, to nothing. Basically, we're not allowed to use it. We can use the earnings. And the earnings are recommended that we use those on capital projects. You never use them. The dock's 4686, the quote that Mark Whitman got for us. We'd like to take the $2,500 that was appropriated to the dock last year as become a correction.
This year.
FY25, excuse me. And then add to that our previous earnings from our endowment fund, which is about $1,430. And then borrow another like $750 from the endowment itself with principal.
But you said you weren't allowed to do that.
Well, it's a loan and we intend to repay it with, part of our budget in FY26. So
With interest?
it's not permanent. Yeah, so my budget, I have part of the earnings is repaid as well, 200 of those dollars.
Okay.
Yeah. This is an increased request though, over and above our regular operating expenses. We've benefited from an annual appropriation for our operating expenses, and twice in the last 4 years, we didn't run the program, so it hadn't caught up with us until this year. But I think when I joined the swim committee in 2019, we got guidance from the town that we really shouldn't have 15-year-old swim assistants. And then further guidance was that we shouldn't have, we needed both water safety instructor certification and lifeguard certification. We made the decision on our own to hire 2 people for the purpose of redundancy. We really thought we needed 2 people to run the program on any given day anyway, just to have more eyes on kids. But that brings our costs, our labor costs for a summer to somewhere between, let's say like $3,500 and $4,000, which fees do not cover. The most fees I think we've collected in my time have been somewhere around $1,900. So this is just sort of the reset a little bit. I don't expect future budget requests to be this high. I expect them to be more around $2,500.
Well, we only allocated half of what you requested last year for the dog. And at the time, we told you we would try to allocate the rest this year. So, do you guys all remember?
That's what, right, we were planning it. From FY.
If you have a budget that I submitted a couple of days in front of you, that's no longer
fully accurate, because there was a conversation with your esteemed town administrator this morning, which changed my math a little bit, but, yeah, I'm happy to resubmit the new budget.
It seems like the funding strategy is pretty straightforward. You know, I think that makes a lot of sense. Is there a process for how the swim committee considers its fees and whether or not to raise them? I mean, accessibility seems to be a huge driver, but.
Yeah, we're raising them. We had planned already before today's math on raising them, $10 to 30. They're currently 20, which I think is a screaming good deal.
Sure is.
I think we're looking more at $40 as the fee, but we might do it over 2 years. Just cushion the blow, because we're also actively recruiting more families. From 2020 to 2024, you can imagine there have been some hiccups in terms of participation. Us not running the program 2 years, not the least of which. So we're trying to bring more families into the program at the moment, and so we don't want to raise these too high and turn people off for that reason. But we estimate, I think on average, we tend to serve somewhere around 60 swimmers, 50 to 60, and we're aiming to go a little higher this year.
Okay.
Time will tell.
Yes, Craig.
One quick question, a parent alum of the program, we're not debating the value of it. Is there a sliding fee scale for families that can't afford even $20? How does that work? If you're raising it to 30 and to 40, that might scare some off.
Yeah, that's a concern. There's not a sliding scale. In the past, Calais residents $15 and non-residents were 20. You could consider a lower resident. We could consider a sliding scale based on ability to pay. We could also consider a bigger difference between in-town and out-of-town fees, because a significant number of swimmers do come from out of town. We're beside Montpelier Rec Center, we're the only other sort of summer swim option in the area. Otherwise, you have to go Stowe. So
I wonder if there's a deficit a bit in the budget, whether or not there's like an informal sliding scale where community members who have kids who are enrolling, could pay extra. It's somewhat, we've had this conversation about making donations to certain groups, but if you're willingly paying more for a service that goes directly into your budget as opposed to donating and saying like this extra dollar goes to the swim committee, which can get hard and problematic for the town sometimes to manage how that gets funneled, right? It's just a challenging accounting measure, but if there was an opportunity to overpay for enrollment, you might find community members willing to do that for sure for their kids.
I'll take that back to the committee.
Yeah.
I think we've also not been aggressive with our pursuit of fees when we have no shows. I think asking people to pay up front could significantly boost revenues. We have a lot of sort of no shows. And we've tightened up our season to 4 one-week sessions instead of 6 one-week sessions to reduce personnel costs and sort of increase the per class attendance. But I think we could be a little bit snappier with our debt collection.
Thanks, Daniel. I appreciate it.
Was the board comfortable with what?
The two authorizations of the endowment.
Oh.
Earnings and the endowment fund itself.
And the loan? Or are we just?
The loan itself from the endowment.
From the endowment. From the earnings.
Sure. Yes.
For short term.
Yeah, very
2
short
months.
term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, the dock, Mark's advice was that the dock really ought to be, I think, ordered by May 1st.
Okay.
In order to have it in the water by Memorial Day, which obviously this fiscal year, not next fiscal year. So that's really what we're talking about. The gap in time.
Oh, we're gonna have a whole bunch of riprap together. No, we just, we could make a jetty.
Here, he wants you to know that this will be replacement of the dock and the raft was recently. So that's it for capital needs for the swim area for a good long time.
Yeah. Thank you. So do we make a motion to authorize that?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. Yeah, we want that in the minutes.
Okay, and so we entertain a motion to authorize the use of the earnings, current accrued earnings in the endowment fund to the total of $1,400. Is that correct? $1,430. And with the approval to borrow against future earnings for the total of $700. $760. For the purpose of making up the difference in funds for purchasing a new dock.
So moved.
Second.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Take off the amount of the earnings, because it's an investment fund that can grow by May.
Right.
And then say up to the borrowing amount, because we may be able to borrow less than that.
Right.
That provides flexibility.
I would, well, you've got to adopt it.
Yes, I would accept that.
Great.
You get it, Rose?
Just state the motion, please.
So they're all
Trading more, we need a motion to authorize the use of earnings.
above the $5,000 level in the Vanguard swim fund,
Okay.
investment fund. And further to borrow from the fund up to $800 for the balance of the purchase of the new dock to be repaid in fiscal 26.
Above the 5,000 credit card and
And to borrow up to $800. The dock.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Daniel. Happy docking. And future work plans for FY 26 budget needs, or are we just gonna review the worksheet?
Oh, yeah, I don't think we need to delve into the worksheet other than to know that it's starting to take shape.
Yeah.
You can ignore the totals right now because I haven't updated certain parts of the budget, but you can see that somewhere around 2/3 of it there's a draft number in there. I did make several updates to the highway department budget after our last conversation. I removed the loose wheel grant expense, just seeing the writing on the wall that we can defer that one, so I think we're gonna want to reduce the gravel expense. We're still up 16% over the current year, so there's more work to do there. That's really all I have to say about that. I think after I make this round of updates and I think we're gonna be ready to start delving in. Well, I guess after the meeting on the 11th, you're gonna hear from Conservation, Energy and Trails, and that's pretty much all the internal groups. We've got the sheriff on the 25th and then the 2 fire departments on December 9th. It's one thing we didn't put on the agenda, but we talked about when we did our agenda planning is we may need a dedicated extra meeting in December. But potentially in between the 2 December meetings, you got the 9th.
Right.
16th might be a good meeting to just clear the decks and only talk about budget. And then we have the 23rd. It's a crazy time to have a meeting.
Good to meet the 23rd?
Well, by Zoom, oh my gosh, no, I'm gonna be in the mountains. Won't be able to Zoom in.
So maybe we want to just adjust the schedule altogether.
About the 30th. I mean, we could do the 16th and the 30th.
The 30th.
Not too excited about the 30th.
No. Well, you can do it without me.
The 23rd could be a brief meeting. I don't know.
Especially if we meet the 16th.
Thank you. Right.
But being pretty, what is it, conservative about what we put on the agenda. Primarily budget and hopefully very little else.
On the 23rd.
Is what I mean. No, on the 16th, we have a special.
The 16th will be a budget meeting.
You're also gonna be working on the warning. There's a message from Tika.
23rd is her birthday.
Oh,
So we're definitely doing it. Or are you saying we definitely should? It's not clear, Keegan. Do you want to party with us? Yeah.
What about December 2nd? You said you were meeting 9th and 16th. Could we bump it earlier?
We could, we won't have the fire department and, but we'll have a lot to work with. You won't be here?
Oh, okay.
Next meeting. Fifth.
Well, you certainly shouldn't try to schedule right now.
No, okay.
no.
Take that,
Or something.
yeah. That sounds good to me. Curtis Pond Dam Rehabilitation Project, update on the construction, progress and sort of the budget.
Today, they poured the base of the spillway. On Wednesday, they will pour the walls of the spillway, the walkway out to operate the low water valve, and some concrete steps that we added to the ice end for their access to the pond. So they'll pour those three things Wednesday, which will be the final concrete pour of the project.
Woohoo.
The good news, I don't have the sources and uses up here, but we're all said and done about 42,000 above the 1.2 million that was our goal budget. But we think we've saved 30 to 35,000 over the last week and a half in reduced concrete for a variety of reasons. The concrete came in probably at least 30, probably quite a bit more shy of the budget. So we should come in, you know, within 10 or 15,000 of the budget, and I don't see any other
That's
expected
incredible.
overages. It's, yeah, so it's all good news on that front. We need to adopt tonight an acceptance of the $100,000, which is the second half of the loan to the CPA. We don't have cash on hand yet, but I'm meeting the loaner tomorrow to figure out the details, and I expect it'll go to the CPA, you know, this week, and then can then go to the town early next week as soon as it clears.
How's the fundraising going?
I think we have, so we borrowed 200,000 that we have to repay within 3 years. I think we have commitments thus far for about $80,000 worth of repayment. So almost half of it. And we're just sort of, a lot of that is larger donors. And we've signed up 8 or 10 monthly sustaining donors, smaller donors, and we have plans sort of around the completion of the project to do some mailings. We're gonna do a mailing to everybody who's donated anything and a few other fundraising things sort of circulating around the completion of the project. So I think I'm pretty happy with where we are fundraising.
You're gonna ask the select board to vote on the paint color?
No, nobody else is allowed to discuss the color of the dam.
Yeah, wait a minute. This is the first time I'm hearing about paint color.
So, our,
You got some
Army-
high-vis orange is off the table?
yeah,
Okay.
the Army Corps of Engineers project, includes the SHPO review, which is state historic preservation. And they required that we stain the dam some color that matches the existing stone dam. And that language of some color that matches the existing stone dam is open for interpretation.
Sounding an awful lot like camo to me, which is good.
So we did one test paint last week. Some people like it, some people hate it. Actually, I'm gonna connect with Barbara after this. I think Barbara's gonna pick up 2 more colors for me at Home Depot tomorrow. And then it'll be warm enough Wednesday to do another test paint. So then we'll have 3 color options. And then the following week, the representative from Historic Preservation will come out and be the ultimate decider of the color.
Does the painting have to be done before the project is considered complete?
No, we're going to apply for a permit modification based on the temperature and the stain required.
Weather.
Right,
Yeah.
and the stain wants the concrete to cure 30 days before we seal and stain it. And then be above, 50 degrees when we do it, so it's just not gonna happen. So it'll require an additional permit next summer from probably wetlands to allow us to lower the pond level 8 or 10 inches so that we can stain the dam. But nobody thinks that's gonna be a big deal.
Yeah, after what we've been through. no.
As I said to the engineers the other day, oh man, I was hoping to be done with this year, and they laughed and said, you'll never be done with this. Anything else on budget?
No, I mean, we're
Right,
getting there.
we'll
We're
get that
in the
100,
home stretch.
right, we'll do the 100,000 now, and then there will be a sort of cleanup donation in a
Right,
month
for
or
whatever
2
the
when
balance
we
is.
know from the CPA for whatever the balance is.
Yeah.
So for the purpose of this motion, would we,
We're accepting a donation from the Curtis Pond Association in the amount of $100,000 to be put in the Curtis Pond Dam Fund.
is that fine to
Account.
stand alone, or do we need to authorize Kari to do that specifically, since it's gonna be something that is gonna happen at a later date?
I think
Doesn't matter.
last time we just
accepted.
accepted it, and it doesn't really matter when the
Yeah.
actual.
Gotcha.
time comes.
It's required.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll move that.
Anybody? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Getting closer. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
Back to the agenda. So we have reports next. And right now we've got Tegan and Kari. Tegan, do you have any particular items to cover?
No, it's been all elections all the time. As Barbara can tell you, we're getting probably 50 to 100 ballots a day, in addition to folks who need their ballots, folks who need to register in Calais, folks who don't know where they're registered, folks who have lots of questions. So it's been basically low-level maintenance tasks and elections. But things are going well. We're excited. We got over 40% participation today, which is just very exciting.
40% of voters, town voters?
Yeah.
Yes, 40% of our registered voters have already turned in their ballots.
Wow.
That's a lot. I feel like 2 weeks ago, it was like
13%.
yeah, it was super low.
So there was
Great.
there's someone at Vermont at UVM doing keeping tabs on this because we have to put everything in the portal through the state. And as of last Thursday, there was some other town that had 38% participation, but we were tied with 3 other towns for second place with 37% participation last Thursday. So I was pretty proud of that.
Yeah.
Can Calais somehow like offer consulting fees for like all of our FEMA work and everything? Like, can we put ourselves out for hire, like being a model or
Hire out of
Yeah.
in the passages.
that's right.
Actually, speaking of which, can I say one other damn thing?
Yes.
Are we done with those?
Sorry, Tegan, there's another damn thing that has just come up.
Speaking of awards,
Another damn thing.
there's 2 sort of awards in the works. One is for Larry Hebert's company got selected by it's the John Deere as their like construction firm of the year. And so John Deere sent this big film crew and they filmed a day in the life of Larry Hebert.
Oh my
From
God.
getting up in the morning to eating breakfast to going to one job site, and they filmed for a while at the Curtis Pond Dam.
Cool.
And this will go into a giant John Deere promotional
Is this a
video,
national?
a national thing.
National John Deere, so
And
like.
so Curtis Pond Dam will be forever preserved in this national ad.
And this has, and that's completely, that attention is completely unrelated to the lobbying that Chris Miller's doing for his John Deere sculpture.
I have no idea if there's a connection.
A lot of continuity here.
But there's also, do you remember the name of the award B&K is going for? There's some state construction project of the year award that they do, that Curtis Pond Dam's gonna be nominated.
High profile project.
Yeah.
Well, what's based on what? What are the criteria for?
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's all the only dam rehabilitation project.
I think it's good marketing for them.
It is good marketing for them. It's the only substantial dam reconstruction project in the state last year, this year, or next year.
Oh, so we have no competition, is what you're saying.
No, the award is for, yeah, all kinds of projects.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, sorry.
Well, thank you, Barbara and Tegan, for the your work related to the elections. Barbara, do you have another comment? Yeah.
With some questions.
Yeah.
So back to the 5 o'clock agenda item. I would like some direction from the select board regarding development review board recruitment. There's still 2 alternate seats that need to be filled. Do you want us to continue the DRB alternate seats recruitment? Or give that a break for a while?
I think let's give it a break until after we get through elections and then maybe post again, just give it a little bit of an air gap.
So the ordinance advisory committee, we still only have Jan right now. Do you want that to also be on a break for a while?
Yeah,
Or
I think so. And there's,
that again?
no, let's take that, put that on a break for now. You know, there's a candidate that was up for kind of discussion, but there's a kind of a logistic question around their ability to perform, but like I would charge the ordinance advisory committee to keep working through their list and just let us know when they're ready to repost it.
Okay, and then my last one is the social services appropriations committee. We only got the 1 applicant. Do you want me to post that one a third time? I posted it twice. We've gotten 1. Do you want that one posted or no more?
I mean, I think, let's repost that one some more because, and maybe emphasize that this is gonna be directly tied to our budgeting and we need anybody else who's motivated to participate to get involved.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
I did have one other quick thing. This is not a decision to make tonight, but the we are required to make our website more accessible. The state is upping its standards. And before we budget for having someone go in and increase the accessibility, or before Sarah and I go in there and do what we can on our own, a big question that has come up is retention of minutes for committees online. We have everything in the vault going back forever and ever and ever, but we need to kind of make a decision about how many years worth of minutes and decisions we want to keep on the website for various things. And the website is technically the purview of the select board. So that is just a thing to consider, not a thing to decide tonight if you don't want to, because it's 9:15.
And the state has no, what is the state requirement?
It's more the accessibility factor. They need to, everything needs to be a PDF, and it needs to be able to be read by an e-reader. And we have lots and lots of Word documents and things that are not easily read by e-readers. And the more documents we want to convert, the more money or time it's going to cost us.
Wonder, I've noticed that there are some new AR features for converting documents that it's like built into Adobe Acrobat that may be able to support some of that. Tegan, would you, this kind of ties back to the planning conversation a little bit. Could I ask you to, at some point, maybe after the election, to reach out to RB and see if they have an opinion on how to make, like where to put a repository for these documents, whether they live on like a partition of a virtual server versus like our website dedicated server?
Yes, I can ask them that question, but probably not before next Tuesday.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I think that would play into the minutes conversation, because I think that would make a lot of sense for putting them all in the same place.
Makes sense.
Thank you, Kari.
So I have one item for you to consider. I've had several conversations that lead me to believe that it'd be in the town's best interest to provide some kind of end of year bonus for employees. And if you're not aware, up until the last couple of years, the town, I guess, was in the practice of doing an end of year bonus, and there are people that miss it and still expect it to some extent. So, and I do think it's within our budget, because we've been understaffed, both at the office level by not having an assistant treasurer, but also at the highway department. So what my proposal is, a $500 bonus to the 6 employees who are above the threshold for being eligible for benefits, essentially full-time threshold. And then Ed Rowell has asked multiple times to purchase an old trailer that we built and put into service in 1981, but haven't used in 6 or 7 years. He'd like to buy that. He's asked me a couple times. I know he's asked other people about it, before me. He's offering to pay $1,000. John Stafford says the tires are shot, and it's 800 would be more than fair. And so my proposal is let's give it to Ed.
So give the trailer to Ed as a bonus.
As in lieu of a cash bonus. Win-win.
So the guy we just hired, does he get a bonus too? I don't know.
No, because part of that definition is you have to be past your probationary period.
Not in
So
probationary.
Steve Levenberg, who we hired in June, presumably would be,
Okay.
but not Drew, who we just hired.
Okay.
So that's the proposal, and I think we should talk about something for next year as well, just so it's in the budget.
So put it in the budget.
We didn't think.
We didn't, we were kind of conditioned for that, and then also it largely applied, there were other bonuses that were built into the kind of negotiation process, so we ended up kind of skipping the season, the end of year one that was traditionally done. So it is, I think, well overdue and certainly warranted.
I Car's proposal.
Second.
Second, third.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There we have it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks to all of the employees and certainly for the road crew.
Thank you for the road crew.
So the next two items are planned executive sessions. The first one is going to be a personnel matter related to the road mowing, and the plan is to go into executive session with Kari and Bill to provide the select board the opportunity to treat this as they would any other personnel matter, and as a performance evaluation relative to the events raised by Craig. Other members here will not be invited into that executive session. That's how we would treat any other personnel matters that would be raised by Kari. We will come out of executive session and likely have a statement relative to what's being discussed. And then after that, we'll go into another executive session to do a performance evaluation that has been planned for Kari. And just for, I just want to make a special note there. Rose, sorry. That for Kari's executive session, at some point partway through, Kari will be dismissed from that. So we'll initially invite him in, and then he'd be dismissed so that the select board can carry on with a discussion relative to that conversation. Does that sound like a fair approach? I just want to make sure that the minutes would reflect that Kari was dismissed before the select board had further discussion.
Okay, so, as you pointed out on the first executive session, the motion will be made and the time has to be noted. I put 9:25, whoever's gonna make that motion. So when you come out, I need the time that you resumed regular session and then what you're gonna report. And then the time that you go in for the performance review. I don't think you really have to say what time you released him, but then the regular session resumed at another time, and then you report out that. And so as long as you send one of the select board members send that, I think we should be good.
Okay, so before we head into the first executive session, Craig, you're here and you've stuck with us for the duration. So before we head into the performance evaluation for the roadside mowing, did you have any particular comment that you'd like to offer?
I do, thank you, I appreciate it. I reorganized and typed up the comments that I made 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
And I brought these, so hopefully you all could look them over. Because it was 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And I added a couple things. The first of which is Kari, some good organizing. Between me and Bill, and the three of us sat down today and talked about the incident. Bill apologized for not contacting me prior to mowing. We talked about a range of things that Kari can fill you in on more of that maybe. And Bill, and I'm not trying to stir up more than this deserves, but Bill eventually apologized for how I felt about being approached by a running piece of machinery. And that's the biggest thing for me. I told these guys, I continue to wake up some nights and have that vision. It's that serious. I was going to ask if you would consider letting me sit in on the discussion. I kind of think you probably don't want to do that. I know it's in your power to do that, but I just at least wanted to ask. There are some things that I added and there are some thoughts that I had after we met today. And one of those things was, again, it could have been avoided with a phone call and discussion. And I wish that, Kari, you had, and I know Bill was gone, we couldn't find a time, but it was a whole month before I heard an apology. And I wish even that day or the next day, you could have said, you know what, Bill, come on, let's go up there. You should apologize for this, what happened. I guess as I thought about this afternoon, I wish something would have happened sooner than it did. And I was busy too. Jordan, I want to point out that your comment, which I took issue with 2 weeks ago about, you know, you come in here quoting statute and that basically you were saying rubs you the wrong way and perhaps escalates it. And I think that tends to minimize the seriousness of what happened. Quoting the statute by me did nothing to change what happened. I only pointed out that is how it could be viewed. So,
and just, well, so I don't know that will change anything. My intention in saying that wasn't that it personally rubs me the wrong way, but that it's an approach that, in my experience, doesn't provide room for a more measured dialogue and for apologies to be made and for working through the dialogue that we've been trying to work through. That was really the only point. You know, I think we're living in an environment where it's really hard to work through hard conversations, and that is just a personal piece of feedback. I certainly acknowledge that it's a hard conversation, so I was not personally offended by it, and I do take it seriously.
I felt that my life was threatened.
And I hear
That's
you.
how serious it was.
I hear you.
So I stand by what I just said.
I hear you.
Okay, thank you. I did read through the town personnel policy, and I would draw your attention to section 5, which has to do with employees treating members of the public and other employees, et cetera, with respect, et cetera. I pulled it up on my phone. I can read it to you if you want, but you can find it. I found it on the town website. I think that is an important consideration. You know, there are a couple of things at the end of this that may seem, I don't know, extreme, maybe is the word. The conflict of interest issue, I have not lost track of. It's a separate issue. The road standards, separate issue. I think further discussion would be good. But I really do not think it's appropriate for Bill to be hired again by the town. And I would even go so far as to ask for your resignation. You apologize. I'm not trying to negate that. This is how much it's affected me. So with all that, I appreciate your time listening.
Well, thank you for registering that. It will certainly be taken under consideration. You're right. I would not see it as appropriate to bring you into the executive session, because I don't think that would be appropriate under any personnel review.
I understand.
So, but I do appreciate you preparing this and organizing your thoughts and then presenting them so that we can bring that into consideration as we talk with Kari and Bill about it.
And again, as I said 2 weeks ago, I feel very heard by you all, and I said that today to Kari and Bill. You know, yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish none of it had ever happened. I don't need it. Nobody needs it.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. So with that, I would entertain a motion to go into an executive session under one VSA, 313 A3, which doesn't require a particular finding. It's just for the purpose of performing a performance evaluation of a town official and or employee, in this case, Bill Davis, related to his role as an employee, as a temporary employee, was it, or was a part-time employee? Seasonal employee for roadside mowing. And second? All in favor?
Yeah.
And moved. Jamie seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any opposed? Great. And we are in executive session. We'll carry on with